We'll wait till we go into open session, but yeah.
Did you make it work?
I think that might have been one of the old problems.
So John, how's life?
Oh, it's interesting.
Yes, it is. Do we know if the sheriff is joining us?
I just texted him. I thought he was gonna be here, then when you said something about he was gonna try and make it, so.
His cruiser's down in the parking lot.
Yeah, we'll go from there. Thank you.
So at this point, we're ready to go? Good morning. At this point, we will open the meeting of June 3rd, 2025 of the Penobscot County Commission. Call the roll. Commissioner Trimble.
Here.
Commissioner Marshall.
Here.
Mr. Treasurer.
Here.
And the chair is here. At this point, I would ask Commissioner Trimble to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this point, I'd entertain a motion regarding an executive session for consultation with our legal counsel.
I move we go into executive session pursuant to NRSA section 405 for consultation with legal counsel.
I have a second. has entered the room too. Warren? Okay. Yeah.
I think it was an opportunity. I saw this, maybe I wanted to what Netflix suits, but I respect her going and making an objection to the judge.
Yeah.
Explain to her, because, yeah, I think you might.
Oh, I guess no.
No, that's okay.
Just like you said, number of days.
Surprise for somebody.
It's all on you.
Commissioner Cushing, you're all set.
We're all set. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. As we've dealt with the executive session issues, we are now calling the public session of the June 3rd, 2025 Penobscot County Commissioners meeting back into order. At this point, I would entertain a motion related to approval of the May 20th, 2025 minutes.
I would move approval of the minutes.
I have a motion. I have a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 It is unanimous.
Dan, you might, what turn you might?
Yeah. The next item up would be public comment. Do we have anyone that you see online?
I do not.
Do not. Anyone in the audience that would like to address an issue not on the agenda for today? Seeing none, I will close public comment. At this point, Sheriff Morton, thank you for being here. We will turn the floor over to you.
Good morning, thank you very much. I first want to thank Commissioner Trumbull last night for attending the Orrington Town meeting. We went down and just said our highs and did a quick briefing on status of the sheriff's office and jail. So great turnout by the town of Orrington, and thank you, Commissioner, for attending. In front of us today, we had last week was we received medical RFP, and we've received 3 submissions. You folks asked us to take that under review and come back with a thorough review of all 3. We did that. 22 Century Technologies, Inc., an out-of-state company, bid just over $5 million, which is nearly double what our current costs are. So although it was double, we did do a review. They did provide a thorough bid process, but it is double what we've paid over the past several years. We went on to CPS Healthcare, which is a newer organization. While out of state, they are merging into the state of Maine. They have 2 county jails at this point. They were the lowest bid. And so that drew some additional attention to us to find out why. They missed an entire section that talked about bidding the pharmaceuticals and the supply portion of our medical services. I did reach out to Scott because I was uncomfortable. They asked if they could rebid, and I felt like that was probably inappropriate to resubmit a bid. It was clearly in the RFP. We did actually meet with this company face-to-face, provided them with an hour-long discussion and a tour of our facility. The kind lady that came up was super nice. She actually called me. I called to clarify, like, did you guys miss this? And she goes, we shouldn't have. She knew it, but she's not the one that wrote the bid. So they missed the bid, hence why it looks like it's less. Our current provider is Alternative Correctional Healthcare. We're actually very pleased with them. Their bid was inclusive. It included the pharmaceuticals, the supplies, and all the medical services that they're currently providing. We have a good relationship with them. They stay full staffed, which is critical in that field. So my recommendation is that we accept the bid from Alternative Correctional Healthcare. There is a 6-month bid, which would have finished the rest of this year, and then 2 yearly bids after that.
Okay. Do we have a motion related to the bids on medical service for the jail?
I move we accept alternative corrective healthcare.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous of those present. Sheriff, I do just want to note during your presentation. We do have in our possession a copy of the ordinance that Brewer City Council put forward in regards to supporting a new correctional facility. So if you don't have a copy of
I
this
do
yet,
have
we'll be happy, sure, but we all received that in our information today.
Thank you very much. We're gonna talk pretrial, but before that, just a really quick update on our van situation. You allowed us to go out with the purchase of the 2 correctional transport vans. As you know, it was very difficult to get them post and pre-COVID. There was a little bit of a misunderstanding. Some of that was on my part. We're looking to get 2 cargo vans, what now are called transit vans. And as I understood, one we were gonna have an insert in so we could divide people up. The other one we could go a little bit cheaper and just put bench seatings in with the 2 partitions. Apparently you can't get the same transit vans with seats. Those are still passenger vans. The winning bidder has both on site. They're both 2024s, which saves us a little bit. So I just want to clarify that, so it's not a cargo van, it's a passenger van. They have that on site with the cargo van, so we'll have one of each. And we're able to pick those up. We are working with the vendor that's gonna put the inserts into them. None of that's changed, but I just wanted
Is
to
there a big
clarify.
price difference between,
I'm sorry?
a price difference between those 2 vans?
The passenger van is $3,000 more because of the seating. The good part of that, Commissioner, is the insert being $20-something thousand is gonna be about $8,000 less because it's not an insert. So in the end,
More
the
than
total
compensation.
package will be a little less. I just wanted to clarify the terminology, passenger and whatnot. And as you recall, we only received 1 bid, so it's still with the same company. It's just a change from the transit to the passenger van.
But the net out on both vans will come in below.
When we have the vans and we have the entire inserts and then the labor, once it's all done, it's actually gonna be a little bit less than what we planned because we're not planning for 2 of the really expensive inserts. So it's gonna help us in the long run.
Commission's comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't think we needed a vote. I just wanted to make sure that you understood what we were trying to accomplish, and the good thing is they're on the lot in Augusta. I just want to chat real quickly. I brought before you several times. We've had a long-term relationship having pretrial services. Pretrial services is that of which when an individual has not been found guilty and they've been brought to jail and they start their initial court appearances, prosecutors and defense are trying to decide whether bail is appropriate for an individual. They may offer the opportunity to be out on a pretrial contract along with their regular bail. There's some misunderstanding of how pretrial really works. So this is beside their bail. They can't go out on pretrial by themselves. They can go out on bail by themselves. Pretrial is simply a way to screen individuals to decide whether bail is appropriate. And in some cases, some practices, that there's more consistent inspections, check-ins, supervision of an individual out on bail. Why is that important? Because we want people who are out on bail to be successful, that they're in programs that they're supposed to be in, that they're returning to court as they should, and that they're kind of staying in a path that's healthy for them. So we used to have Volunteers of America, as you know. When I became sheriff, we went with Maine pretrial, as many other counties have. They've been a good partner. They have for a long time. We average a little over 100 individuals a day out on Maine pretrial. It is really important to know, though, of 100 people out, if the program went away tomorrow, that doesn't immediately put 100 people back in jail. What it means is they may have less supervision on the outside. Our concern is, over the last few years that I've come to you, they've had staffing issues. And sometimes the staffing issues creates inconsistency with our district attorneys because they don't, you haven't built that relationship, and perhaps with the court as well. It has occurred again. We're without a person again. We have 3 case managers that we pay for. Because it is a big group, there is some overhead in this process that we're actually paying for overhead to the company and not just to the case managers. I've watched this for many years to think about what's the best way that we can have successful pretrial services. My partners to the north being Aroostook counties and a little bit to the south being Somerset County run their own pretrial programs. This allows for a little bit more discretion in their own programming. Our philosophies may be a little bit different than Maine pretrial in a couple of different ways. Maine pretrial will not collect any revenue for individuals that are out. Any, not a dollar. Many of these other counties that are running these programs are receiving small amounts. In one case, as little as $25 a month for somebody to be out to pay $5 a week, a little over $5 a week. That comes in as revenue to help offset the cost of this. In our current process, we're not collecting a dollar. So we're not able to offset this cost at all, which is about $250,000 a year. The other part is Maine Pretrial Services can only do check-ins with individuals that report to them. They do not have the capacity to go out and do site visits at work, site visit at a treatment facility, or even at somebody's home. They also do not use electronic monitoring. And as you know, we've brought forward the potential use of electronic monitoring here. Why is that important? Because I do believe there's potential that individuals that are sitting in jail, who are court, the district attorney, or a defense counsel may think that it's appropriate that the individual be released, but want that added security that they're not going to impact victims, that they're checking in when they're supposed to. The use of electronic monitoring could be a cost-effective way of doing that. So
Would the Vine system allow the capacity for people to register there for folks who are in the pretrial type of program?
yeah, Vine does, but Vine really has nothing to do with pretrial at all. And the truth is, once somebody's released, Vine is done. They've been released, so they're out. So there's no way Vine can really tap into that person. They've been released from the system. So my thought process was a capital evaluation to let you know what we've done on this. I've met with the director, Elizabeth Simone, who was wonderful to work with. She's nothing but helpful. She's even expressed interest in helping in a hybrid. She's expressed interest, obviously, of wanting to keep the contract or supporting us if we went on our own. Or reached out to the district attorney's office to ask an opinion from them. I received a response back from both Chelsea and Chris that would love to see us, or would like support that we would go on our own. I met with Logan Perkins, who is with the public defender's office, who came and toured with her new team here in Bangor, which was a very positive interaction, and actually shared some of our concerns or thoughts about pretrial and whether we do it ourselves. They were overwhelmed to hear about the use of electronic monitoring. They felt like this might be opportunity for other individuals who couldn't get out to get out with some appropriate supervision. I also asked about the funding issue, their thoughts about funding, and they thought it may be appropriate if there was a sliding scale on whether somebody's truly indigent or has some means to pay something back to be out on this service. So I did try to get opinions from others. I worked with Scott, county administrator, and their team, and Tony and whatnot, to come up with what would it cost Penobscot County to do this with our own employees. A couple other things that would be important to notice is if we did this program and built a division similar to civil, that is not a correctional or law enforcement program, it's kind of its own division under the sheriff's office, that we could have these people trained part-time that would allow them to go out and do inspections if we felt it was necessary, and those higher end cases where they may actually be able to go out, similar to probation. That's how probation does their checks. It would allow us to potentially collect revenue that might help offset some of this cost, and it would allow us to use both electronic monitoring and alcohol testing processes, as you saw that we brought forward just a few weeks ago. So with that said, we kind of laid this out, rough cost on an idea of what we thought, and I'm just going to give you rough numbers. So approximately $272,000 for us to run it ourselves.
In the current contract,
Is it 1 year?
1 year.
one full year or for the balance?
Yeah, 1 full year.
Okay, so we would pro rata if we started this within the next
Their contract expires June 30,
of this year.
yes. So it would be picking up our year moving
You
forward.
said 272, you got 279 in the packet.
272, right?
On
Yeah.
pros, on the.
No, that's.
So on
probably
the
that
next to the
difference.
last
We
page,
call it
Sheriff.
estimated cost,
Yeah,
279.
yeah.
Okay, so one of the issues, Commissioner, when I built this out, we don't obviously didn't have a pay scale. So I went in and looked at correctional pay scale. I took a high, medium, and low, and we're trying to get a guess on where it would be. And then when we did that, I based it on 2 or lower, which are case managers, and 1 supervisor. That's gonna be a little difference in those numbers. That's probably the difference in.
So what does the line item, does anyone have figures of what the line item is for our contract with?
250,000
So we
in our
are
current,
looking
budget.
probably some startup costs, so you're looking at probably around 200,000 for the balance of the year. You're looking at 279, so 280, so half of that would be 190. There's got to be some potential.
Oh, I see, yeah.
There's not a real startup cost of this. It's hiring people and starting off. I mean, there is no,
280 is only 140.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew that they,
Yeah, I was thinking that was a little high, but, yeah.
the businessman jumped right in and got that. Right. Commissioners, as you know, the spots are ours, so the property is ours.
property being the office space.
The office is ours. Captain Bullier brought up a couple good points. Our team has spent a lot of time with this. Again, we met with Elizabeth to talk about it. DA's office, defense, others. We went and toured down to Somerset County to see how they run their program, checked with Aroostook County. There are several counties, so you know, that don't have any pretrial. Hancock County, Piscataquis County, Washington have no pretrial services. Others use Maine pretrial. Some are looking at this. So with that being said, although there is about a $20,000 to $25,000 difference, if we charged the minimum that Somerset County's charging, we would bring in enough revenue that would actually go the other way. So if you had 100 people out a day, you were charging $25 a month, that's $30,000 a year that you would bring back as revenue that would make up that gap between the two. Potentially, this may allow for additional people to be released under greater supervision that allows for.
That doesn't factor in the electronic monitoring cost. Do you want to speak to where we'd recapture revenue on that?
So on that place, I asked Maine Pretrial, who does not offer it, the same thing. I said, what do you think about charging? And they said they would not charge people to do it. They don't believe in charging individuals fees for services. And so in the cases of Somerset County, they actually charge people a per day use. When I brought it up with the defense counsel, they said if they felt like we had a sliding scale, I think is her words, that identified indigent circumstances, that would be something that would make sense. I mean, that person may be able to get out. As you know, many years ago, that's how it worked all the time. People went out to work release, they paid. When people went to the first offender OUI weekends, they paid. Right now, we don't collect money for any of those, and it really comes back solely on the property taxpayer to run some of these.
Are they located in Franklin's? Where's Maine Pretrial?
Maine Pretrial runs out of our building, but they also have other services in our town that have nothing, not directly.
They're up on Hammond Street.
Right,
Yeah.
that's their office that helps with drug court, and Maine Pretrial does other things that are not pretrial related.
So do they pay us any type of rent or anything? Or no, we just, we're in there?
No. So we have a couple concerns. One is we'd have to work with the courts, where we have 105 people out on contracts assigned to Maine Pretrial. That would have to be amended, so that's a process. Because we're limited in space, it's really hard to bring people back into this campus to do daily check-ins. But I do believe the goods and bads of what we learned through COVID, a lot was done through technology. If you have a man or a woman who's down working or in a treatment facility down in Newport, having them drive way up here or us drive down there, when in today's technology world, you could Zoom with them for 5 minutes, ensure that things are going well, have a better check-in process like that, you can actually save time and money while holding people accountable to those contracts. So I think we could use technology to help us through some of those. And again, on those higher end ones, where there's a greater concern, that we'd actually be able to go out and check individuals in those sites or at their homes.
Mr. Administrator, do you feel we have within the line items appropriate funds available to take this on?
Yeah, that's a simple answer is yes, I mean, it's a little bit more than the contract. But again, I think in addition, the sheriff probably touched on this, we're spending additional time and monies with our own staffing to do some of the work anyways, during the conversation. So I think it's worth at least, we talked about doing a 6-month trial. The sheriff and his staff will need a transition period. If you like the numbers and like the idea, which I do, look, we can give it a try for 6 months. The sheriff and his staff work well with the vendor, so let's take a look at it at that point.
Before I get to commissioners' questions, HR, any observations, concerns?
No, I support the concept, and I think finding staffing in this market shouldn't be that big of a challenge. I'm happy to support the sheriff's department recruiting for this if that's the direction you go.
Okay, anything?
Concern is about the staffing. I mean, today's June 3rd, this runs out the end of this month. I mean, I know that renewals for 1 year, I would be more comfortable if we could see if they would do a 6-year extension, and then it gives us time to get this in place.
6 year or 6 months?
6 month, excuse me. It's like 140 pounds.
Yeah.
Do a 6-month extension, and then it gives us time to get staff hired, get staff trained, be ready on January 1 to take it on. I mean, does that make sense?
It does, so I'm glad you brought it up. I was gonna add this point, is that Elizabeth's been really good about this situation. Obviously, they would like to just stay with us full time. But she's talked about doing a hybrid with us as well. I guess this is gonna be my recommendation, is that you allow us to work with them to come up with a plan that allows us to do this. Our problem with just simply saying 6 months, she doesn't feel like she can hire for that spot that they currently have open, knowing that they may go away in 6 months or even in a year. So if we said, like, let's do 1 more year, and then next year we're gonna transition out of this, it would be very difficult. It would be hard for us or anybody to fill a spot, for 6 months or a year. I would ask the commissioners to allow us to continue to have ongoing discussions, knowing that I'm going to come back to you with a more final ask, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, or a year, that we would transition to taking on our own pretrial services. I think that I know that Maine pretrial will work hand in hand with us to make this successful, so that it doesn't, number one, cost us more money, but two, and more importantly, that we're safely putting people back out into the community if we're going to. As you folks know, we've talked over and over about the Robbins Rule. Robbins Rule, potentially, and I know some will argue this, but potentially, there are going to be more at-risk people, higher than what Maine pretrial would put out. And Maine pretrial is willing to take risk, but at some point, the judge is going to order some people out that Maine pretrial may not even agree on. Having the use of electronic monitoring is huge. It's very important to victims. You saw in our presentation how that could be effective for us. So my ask to you is, please know that this is the direction that I think is healthy for the county fiscally, and it's responsible in the criminal justice world, and that you allow us to come back, similar to what you're saying, Dan, that we come back in a couple of weeks, when I go back and talk with Elizabeth a little more, do an extension. We're not gonna pay both at the same time, but we may be able to come up with a better plan that says in 3 months or 6 months, 8 months or a year, we are going to transition out of this. And I believe
Marshall, did you have a question?
Well, no, you pretty much summed it all up. If we go to ourselves, our own pretrial services, that $297,500 $5 a day is a standard monitoring fee, isn't it?
It is.
So that'll help mitigate that cost as well. So you go ahead and negotiate the time frame that's suitable, that can be accomplished with the idea that we're gonna switch to our own pretrial procedures.
So
And
at
knowing
this,
that, and knowing that we have 2 counties that border us that have no pretrial programs, and that some of those individuals are in our county, it might be a great opportunity for us to partner with some surrounding counties.
okay. So I don't think we needed an official action today, but we have the concurrence of the commission to proceed with
Yeah.
negotiations.
As long as there aren't any objections or major, I don't see a vote necessary.
With that plan.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, other
Thank you.
items, Sheriff?
That's it, thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Captain, thanks for your time. At this point, we have moved to item G, which is a gentleman from the community has a concern regarding the demolition. Mr. Newman, I believe, is with us, and if you would like to come forward, Paul, we would be happy to hear your points. While he is doing so, if I may take the privilege of introducing a colleague from Waldo County, Commissioner Kevin Kelly is with us today. Thank you for being here, Kevin.
Sit here.
Yeah.
Yep. You got it, Bob?
I got it.
And if you gentlemen would be kind enough to introduce yourselves to our vast viewing audience on Facebook.
My name is Paul Newman, and I have with me my exterminator, Bob Stutzman.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. Please proceed.
Before we start, I just have one thing.
Okay.
Bob does work for me as well. I don't know if that's I just want to disclose that.
Understood. You may actually do some work with my brother Weber Cushing, your company?
Yes.
Okay.
What was his problem?
He's got myriad ones. I think you just deal with the rodent problem.
All of a sudden, the microphone's got loud.
Yeah.
I believe Mr. Stutzman does work for the county as well.
Correct. Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do the SO.
Well, thank you for your work and thank you for being here
Yes, sir.
today. Gentlemen, please proceed.
Well, thank you. I'll try to be brief. 50 years ago, my brother and I bought the group of buildings that joined the empty lot, which previously housed the YMCA, which you demolished.
Mm-hmm.
And in that 50 years, we've never had an infestation like we do now. And I attribute it to the fact that it started when the Y was torn down. My understanding was that they should have been abated, or some type of rat treatment should have been done, which wasn't. And now I've got the problem. So I've hired Bob, who I've used in the past, to rid this problem. And so what I'm coming to you for is to be reimbursed for what I've already spent on this, and also to hire Bob on some kind of basis to alleviate this problem.
Okay. Mr. You have more, go ahead.
I don't.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, Mr. Administrator, do you have any?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't have anything for Mr. Newman. I just want to hear from Bob about, I mean, I'm not a rat expert, but I mean, I know it seems okay, you've never had a problem, now there's a problem, a building's gone, but it's, I mean, it's like, when did they start, the building's been gone, I don't know, it was before, was it last May, it was finally, it was a long process, it was like a 6-month process. So it seems like during that process, there was an issue, it would have happened. I mean, now it's just, it's covered, there's obviously not a problem there now.
So you'd like to hear from Mr.
disturbed.
Stutzman?
I'd like to know more about how there's a correlation, other than the fact the building was there, it's not there, now there's a problem, you know?
Mr. Stutzman, if you would, please.
During urban renewal on Hancock Street, the rule was, it was enacted by the city that before a building was demolished, a pest control company would have to go in and do a rodent extermination on the building before it was taken down, because the rats will migrate, because they've lost their home. And then the whole neighborhood gets infested with that problem. So I was called on several different to do several different places before Mr. Frank Currier wrecked the building and took it down. And this alleviated the rats from migrating to other parts of the neighborhood. This is common knowledge in the pest control industry. So before a building was taken down, they would call a pest control company, do an extermination of the rodents. After that was done, then the building would be taken down okay. In this particular case, at least I wasn't called to do any kind of pest control on the Y. And it's quite possible that the infestation that Mr. Newman has experienced in 161, 163, 171 Hammond came from possibly a migration of rodents that came from the Y.
Is there a seasonal nature to these?
No, sir.
Okay,
No. 12 months out of the year.
okay,
Rats, they're around 12 months. They're here because of us. Our garbage is their food, or I've had a problem down on by the Hollywood spots there in the parking lot where people would go to the parking lot, Abbott Square, and they would eat their lunch there and then throw their refuse out the window. And the Bangor Waterworks Department hired me to do the parking lot, because rats had gotten into all the ties.
I'm gonna change mics.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's the
My
mic.
big mouth,
I think it's the
I
mic. No, you've got that projected radio.
Yeah. So I cleaned that up, and there's no more problem there, but it was because people eat their lunch.
There we go.
Yeah.
I don't really need that.
I'm never happy.
unfortunately, being a public meeting, we need to make sure people can.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so rats, we have Norway rats here, and they burrow. In Paul's case, they're burrowing down in the basements. And yeah, I don't see the rats, but I know they're there because of what they leave behind and their burrowing habits. And I never had a problem with these 3 buildings that I mentioned, but now, since April, I've been working on these 3 buildings.
April of this year is when it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. What, do they hibernate for the winter or do they not?
No, they don't hibernate,
Okay,
no. They just go where it's warm in our houses
okay,
or in the ground.
gotcha. Okay. So, Mr. Newman, have you provided any information to the administrator as to costs associated with this?
I can.
Okay,
Nothing official at this time. We
What
won't
is
have
the
a discussion.
qualification of an infestation? First of all, is this a Bangor City ordinance or is this state?
Back when, in the 70s, when I first come to Bangor, it was a city ordinance. I don't know what the present
status?
is right now as far as that is concerned, though.
Okay.
That was a long time ago, but
Here's what I would recommend. Why don't we get some data that you would provide to our administrator? We will then look into what the ordinance, if it is current, states, and we can revisit this potentially at the next meeting if you think that's enough time to gather the information and identify any factors that we would need to learn to take action. I appreciate you bringing it to our attention. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have some buildings, so I recognize what it's like when you're dealing with rodent-related issues. We just went through a seasonal issue at a couple of rentals in Augusta, which is where I think we do some work with my brother. But to that end, I think today there's no action necessary other than gathering that information. And we appreciate both of you taking the time to educate us on this.
Appreciate your help,
this matter.
gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day. Keep up the good work.
thank you. I will.
We've not heard from the rats yet, we may be,
I got the chair followed.
They don't talk much after I get done with it.
good.
You want a hand or, oh, you got it.
Good,
Good
thanks.
job. We'll be in touch.
So we've got time till the tax abatement hearing, so we can do our
Yes.
probate office. Registrar Simmons, please join us up front when you have a moment. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
Morning, Rob.
How are you all today?
Very good.
I'm just here, a couple things, sorry for the voice. A couple of statements as far as we really haven't increased the probate fees. We've actually started charging for some things that have never been charged for in the past.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of reviewing our budget, reviewing expenses, all of that, and just looking to see, we're still providing services to our customers, but we also need to look at, we need to cover our expenses and our costs. And I know everywhere around the world is tight as far as finances, so I'm trying to just kind of keep a closer eye on our finances as far as that. So really, as far as we're not increasing them, we're actually just charging for things that are in the statute to charge currently that had not previously been charged for years.
So you're saying there is currently permission within statute to assess fees for some of these that you have historically not through the office?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
These are actual these are actual incurred expenses that should be the responsibility of the client.
Correct, yes. And with that, I'll kind of go into the LD 505 that was approved yesterday.
And you probably want to reiterate that your office is not allowed to provide legal counsel or services.
That's correct.
Okay.
We are not. So with the LD 505 was passed yesterday, so we'll just wait for that to go into place. That will increase some additional fees that have been, I think, probably at least 3 or 4 years. So they've never changed the fees as far as inflation or anything. So like the surcharge currently is $10 every docket that comes into probate court. We charge automatically $10. That's the surcharge. So now that has increased to $15. A couple other things.
In LD 505.
Correct, yes. Another thing with the LD 505 is a complete settlement of estates. We've never charged for that. Now that's gonna be $150. So that's gonna be, kind of a good increase. There is a lot of work. I think people don't think on the background of what is done in probate as far as paperwork, getting the correct forms to the judge to sign or myself to sign, making sure everything's done appropriately, filing it, getting it back into our ICON system so that people have the ability to see it. So I think that will be good. One of the other big changes in the LD 505 is the age of adoptees. So now it is 14 and older have to consent for an adoption. They've changed that to 12 years and older. So that they will need to consent for their adoption. So those are a couple. Oh, and one of the other ones is artificial intelligence. It's everywhere. Just that if somebody is using artificial intelligence to help complete their documents for probate court, that they complete an affidavit stating that they used AI to help them with that process. So.
Is most of your system still paper-based, or are you transitioning to electronic services?
So our proces are mostly paper-based, so those are ones without attorneys, just filing on their own. Our attorneys are required by statute to file e-file. That process is going much better than it had previously. We're Again, I touched base on that a little bit down, but we are streamlining processes, and so that if this attorney's office calls in and wants something, they're getting the same answer that another attorney's office is getting. Where across the board, the processes are all the same, they're standard. It seems to be working a lot better because you're not, different offices aren't saying, well, this office did this or this. We're just straight across the board. This is how it's in the statute, we're following it, and it's worked
So the
well.
system that the attorneys use, could that potentially be used by pro se if they had access to? Okay,
Oh, they can, and we point them in that direction if people would like to.
okay.
Yep, mainprobate.net is, you can either be an attorney or a pro se person can file claims, or they can file, name changes, estates, adoptions, start that petition right there.
So there is a manner in which you could encourage more use of electronic input to reduce your paperwork.
Yes, we try, that's,
I'd be interested, personally, I don't want to speak for the whole commission, but as we move forward, especially with this year's budget, looking at ways to incentivize that, because I know that you have a massive source of paper files in that office, so rather than you coming to us down the road and saying, I need more space, file cabinets, et cetera,
yes.
it might be smarter to look at that. And there may be other jurisdictions that use, you've seen the independent kiosks that are used more and more for different services. If that's available and would be helpful, certainly look at that going forward in a budget item. Thank you.
Just a question on the fees. So, is there any discretion, you charge what the state says we can charge the fees, it's not, the commissioners or the judge of probate doesn't have any discretion on the fees, right?
Correct.
Okay, so some of the new fees are just ones that they've added in this legislation. One thing I would note, which is a positive, is, I don't know last time they were adjusted, but going forward from 2025, they'll be adjusted annually by the CPI, so that's a very positive thing.
Yeah, I think it's been probably, don't quote me on this, at least 3 years since fees have been changed. Because I think that these fees reflect the 23, year 23, so.
But there are discretionary options in there if people are impacted by a fee that.
Correct.
Okay.
We have Inogen, they can fill out a form for fee waivers, and then we get all the information that goes in front of the judge, and he.
Is that form paper or is it electronic? It's all right.
That form is paper-based because that is a form that we have kind of made up, not made up, but I mean.
Yeah.
One other question on the fees, because one of the big expenses is the advertising fees that we pay to the paper, because there's certain advertising that has to be done. Do we recoup any advertising or most of it?
Yes, so we originally, I think, would pretty much just cover the cost.
Okay.
That has been increased just a little bit, just for time and all of that. So it is, yeah, trust me, our bills that we get monthly for publications are a lot, but we do cover the cost. Yeah.
Were there not changes made at the state level regarding the requirements for publication to allow for electronic versus printed, or is that still in place that everything has to go into a print medium?
So with Bangor Daily, it's electronic and paper based. It's just 2 consecutive weeks, and petitioners have the ability to do it themselves, but they learn that Bangor Daily News gives us a better deal than what they would if they published on their own, and it's a requirement. You have to notify your creditors.
Understood, thank you. Okay, questions, Commissioner Marshall? Okay, proceed, please.
Okay. The next thing is in regards to painting our office. We made some changes, took some things off the wall, tried to make it look a little more professional in there, not so cluttered, all of that. With doing so, the walls need a little freshening up. We have gotten 2 quotes as far as painting. So we're just looking to move forward and see if it's acceptable to paint the front office part. Just that's where the customers come in and can see, and kind of in the little area where the customers are too.
Do we have an estimate yet on what that would be?
If you're satisfied with 2 quotes, then we would be okay to release the information. But if
Understood.
we're looking for additional quotes, I would caution against it.
Okay. Is it under $10,000?
Oh, yes, I would hope so.
Way under.
If this is something that you approve taking place, that between the register and myself and the facilities director, we can,
Is this a budgeted area that we'd have?
that will
funds
be
available?
part of the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, which may need to come back to you for final approval, depending upon where it's coming from, or the wish of the commission.
So before we go down that rabbit hole, go ahead.
Well, I think the scope of the painting might want to, it looks like we're gonna have to do some painting in that first floor courtroom, aren't we? So would that be part of that same discussion, whoever's gonna do the painting? And just a question, I mean, going forward, if some XYZ department wants to do painting, did it fall on them to go out and get quotes? Is there a process where, okay, they should say, I wanna do this, and then it doesn't seem like the department ought to be going out, running around getting quotes for painting.
Understood.
What's the process for that?
And I'm not sure that they have, yeah, we can bring
Oh, okay,
Director
I see somebody
McDonald
else
up
got the
here.
quotes,
Yeah,
so, okay, I got you.
yeah. No, like, when
I
you're
ended
just-
up getting one.
Okay.
quote,
Oh, okay.
And
Well, that's why I was familiar with one, I wasn't
Okay.
familiar with the second.
Mr. McDonald, would
Hi.
you like to join us?
I didn't quite hear all of your
They
questions,
said,
but
well,
I
there's
think
gonna be some painting in that first floor courtroom, right?
The probate court.
there are several spaces in the building, including this one, that should see a coat of paint.
Right.
I didn't necessarily have the courtroom on my list, but it can be, for sure. It's all like a stained plywood right now, I
I
think.
think the ceiling definitely needs to be painted in there.
If we-
There's a lot of stains on the ceiling in there.
Well, yeah.
Might as well do it now, while we're doing the room.
And since I've been here, department heads have come to me asking to have different areas painted, and it has always been a struggle for multiple reasons. And one, we have several people in the building that are sensitive, extremely sensitive to paint fumes or any type of fumes. Two, back in the day, there were only 3 or 4 colors that we were allowed to choose from, and so it never happened. And it was always a question of who or how it was gonna be, who was gonna pay for it. So we're doing we have a lot of possible moves coming up, and some changes. So I think that it's a great time to do that. The price that I went out to get a price, I asked several people, only one person, which typical. This one person has always responded to me, the others have not. I think it's fair, it's a fair price, it's significantly lower than the other estimate that Hillary got, and
So a couple of thoughts on my side. Number one, we anticipate that this room will, in the near future, be converted for alternate use, and we will potentially move to the court on the first floor. So there would be probably associated renovations. I suspect, Hillary, you may have some thoughts on that may come up here in the discussion.
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't have it in here, but
Okay.
it's a different court question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we also have Franklin Street that's under renovation.
correct.
I assume that will need some paint?
It sure will, yeah.
Okay.
Yet
Could
the
you
walls
maybe-
are yet to be built that will need to be painted.
Understood.
Correct, yeah.
As in here, there may be some painting. So I guess my point is, if there were an opportunity for multi-actions, I don't want to hold this up forever, but if this was in concurrence with whatever we need to do in the court space, and if it tied in with up here, or,
So,
I think you understand where I'm going with this.
yep, if I could, Chair.
Sure.
Yeah, so the process commissioner is exactly, I think you've seen, that's kind of how it does process. My recommendation would be due to, I mean, if we paint a lot of rooms all at once, we're gonna have an even larger excess of fumes. I believe they're ready to go. And if we have a solid price, as it appears that we do, a solid quote, my recommendation would be to at least do their room, get that out of the way. It's hard to get our vendors, and who knows, even if we gave the authority today to do it, it might be 2 weeks. But if we get this done and kind of piecemeal it when they're ready and when they can make things happen, and then when we get to the larger projects, maybe we can line something up, between this room, Franklin Street, because we still have some time before that all takes place. So that would be my recommendation.
Am I sensing that this is the same contract we've used for other painting within the building or projects, so we have an existing relationship?
Correct.
Yeah, so
Yes, they have done several spots inside the jail. The video arraignment room, the cell block that we, we've used them several times.
So we have an existing relationship, we're under 10 grand, so we're within our authority to approve whatever this number may be today?
yeah, and especially if it's budgeted, and as long as you're fine with just having 2 quotes.
Yeah.
Because even under
It's
20.
Under
you-
10,
right, but-
and it's an existing vendor.
Well, even an existing vendor as a painter, I think would be stretching it without going out to get bids, but I think we're all set now,
Okay.
as long as it's budgetary. If it comes from capital, technically, we're supposed to come back to you for approval.
I think I interrupted
But I
you.
think we're good, for now, unless you have an objection to the painting taking place.
Commissioner Marshall?
I did.
Yeah.
I want to ask a question.
Okay.
Do we have, or has there been a history of in-house personnel doing small painting jobs? And what is the history and what is the current status?
To my knowledge, the history of that included inmates that are no longer
Available.
in the jail. They're the people that the sheriff spoke of earlier that are home. So I got here and I came here in the middle of COVID. Prior to COVID, they had inmate work crews, and they did most of the labor around here, the groundskeeping, the snow removal, the painting, odd projects. Those groups no longer exist.
Do you have staff that, have they ever had staff that did this within your department?
Not
Did
since
small
I've been
paint
here.
jobs?
No.
So everything is contracted out?
When you say small jobs, if we patched a hole in the wall, we would take care of that.
Well, what is the scope when it comes to painting?
It's never, to my knowledge, it's never been done by my crew. And quite frankly, they're not professional painters. I think something the size of this.
Well, I understand the larger pry. I'm just wondering the scope of things. My whole thing is, I'm not always the first to think that everything has to be farmed out or done out when it can be done. If it's a small, simple job, it can be done in-house. Whether you have the authority to do it, whether it's been done historically, whether we can legally do it, it's just something that's crossed my mind. I'm always looking to kind of save money when I can.
Yeah.
And this seems to be these smaller jobs, these smaller jobs are things that I think that if I were running the company, I'd do it myself, or before I'd hire somebody to come in. And I think that's something we need to look at. And I don't know what the scope is, I don't know what the history's been. Apparently, we've done it in the past with prisoners. We can't do that anymore. But I think we need to look at what's out there, what's available to us, rather than always going to an RFP for every little thing we turn around to do. That's my thought.
Would you perhaps ask the administrator to add this to our strategic plan discussion?
Yeah, we're talking, well, let me ask you, we've talked about the EMA, emergency services down here. We need a paint job down there. I'm willing to come in, and I've talked to EMA, we'll get some people coming in there. I know how to paint, I've painted quite a few years. We'll come in there, get it done on the weekend, we'll have maybe some sandwiches and whatnot, we'll fun for that, but this is the type of thing that I think can be done, and rather than everything go out to bid. I mean, that's just seems to be the automatic default. And I don't like that automatic default.
Mr. Administrator.
Yeah, so we go out to bid just to get prices. That's essentially, now, whether the final decision is to go out, outside vendor in-house is another thing. So we can take a look at this. I can discuss with personnel, with the directors, and see if that is an option. However, due to scent concerns, particularly in this building, that I believe it would probably have to be done, it would be better advised to be done on a weekend.
Right.
And any additional hours outside of the work hours would be time and a half. You know, so we can look at that option, and if that option is available, or if we just don't have the staff that are willing to, you know, work that time and a half, then it may not be viable. And as you start to calculate this all out, and you get the price, and you look at the liabilities versus the risk and the reward, sometimes it's, you know, for a couple $100, you can really cover yourself. If we paint it ourselves, something happens with the scent, we're held a little bit more liable, so we'll look at it.
So litigious trumps common sense in most cases.
I plead the fifth on that one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, with the two folks, I guess I'm comfortable hearing what the amount is. I think we could probably find it in the budget. I can't imagine it's that much money. What's the amount we're talking for the lower bid?
Yeah, what's the lowest bid?
What we were looking to accept was, I think it was $2,200.
Okay.
Does that include the paint as well as the labor?
Yes, and so there were two prices. One was where we would buy the paint, and the other was, I asked him to buy the paint. And it is in our interest to have him get it. I would like to, not thinking of really liability, but I don't want any, and I understand your concerns, Commissioner. It's when certain projects are done, I would like to have the vendor take care of the entire package, because anywhere where we get involved leaves us open for possible issues.
Lack
So-
of resources to address immediate concerns in other parts of the facility.
Correct. I mean, we finally have a full crew, maintenance-wise. They, including this morning, they're in the jail almost the entirety of their shift since our new fella has started. So I understand your thoughts and your concern, but there is an awful lot to do. We could spend weeks on end in the jail with a blank check and still be behind.
Understood. Okay, so if I may, we're dealing with a issue before us related to painting, and it's approximately $2,100. That's the low bid. Would we have a motion to authorize up to $2,200 for repainting so that they don't have to come back for $49.95 additional amount?
Absolutely, subject to the chairman approving the color.
I'll leave that to the experts. Do we have a motion regarding, a second regarding the motion?
I'll second.
So we have a motion to approve the 2,200 funds coming from,
Again, that's to be determined during the discussion.
I did not budget for this in my building line, but
Okay.
there is, I don't know what that line looks like right now, but there is the capital fund for the building.
there is, okay. So we have a motion and a second regarding up to $2,200 for repainting of the front office or entry public area of the registry of probate. Now we're at discussion. We have discussion on where the money's coming from.
No, you know where I stand.
Okay.
And I just want to say, I was willing to do that, but I can't fill holes and have it smooth. So I was
I can
willing
fill
to pay,
holes,
but I
I
can't
can
fill
plaster
holes.
real well.
So the motion before us is for up to $2,200 to repaint and refurbish the public area of this probate.
Right.
Any other comments, Mr.
So
Administrator?
essentially what you're approving is, what I'm hearing, is if it doesn't come from either budget, then it's going to come from the 301 capital account. You're all right with that? Okay.
Yeah.
I have the consensus of the commission on that. Anything further, Mr. McDonald?
No.
At this point, I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous of those present. We won't judge the enthusiasm. Next
All right,
item.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
The next item is just an update. We are now fully staffed with that complete team in place. Again, we're actively working to implement processes across the board and make it consistent, not just for us, but also for our customers and the consistent answers that they get when they call in. So that's been beneficial. It is the new staff members' first week this week, but it's going good so far, so. My other thing is the court recording system update. We are at this point, I've reached out to some audiovisual vendors looking to get a couple of quotes as far as implementation of some audiovisual equipment that we will need for the new court recording system. So,
The new court recording system that the state has mandated, or?
no,
Oh, okay.
that we desperately need.
Okay,
And it's coming out of our surcharge fund
okay.
for that. We have the money set aside, and that's what it's for, is to maintain our records and everything. The current recording system that we have sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. I think it's like 15 years old.
Is this technology or is this audio recording?
All of it, a little bit, yeah.
I believe the administrator has a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to caution before, unless this is this equipment specific to probate?
Correct.
So it's not just a general recording system?
No, this is a court recording for probate.
Has there been any discussion with IT?
Yeah, I was included in one of the meetings.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, perfect, thank you. So at this point, do you have estimates or?
For the court recording system, I do,
Okay,
and I can get those to you. I didn't bring them with me this time.
Okay.
But the audiovisual part, I do not, well, I do have from the court recording system, they gave me one for both. And just to have somebody come and not just for the price of the equipment, but implemented it was a little high over what I am looking to pay.
understood.
So I'm trying
There
to,
may be a possibility of integrating some current technology we have with the court if there is a move to the commissioners coming down there. So if you could have that discussion with the administrator and IT again as to what we're doing, we might find ways to eliminate some of the extra cords that are down there. We have some interesting technology that may be helpful. Mr. Administrator, anything else on that?
Yeah, just again, to follow up with my prior question was that just to be cognizant of the RFP process or getting competitive bid, rather than just go out and get a couple, 3 bids, and if there are, 7 or 8 vendors out there, we should make an equal opportunity.
I'm
For all,
suspecting
so.
this is over $10,000.
I would suspect, but
yes, if you did it as a lump sum, if you broke it down as far as the court recording system, the equipment, implementation, it would be,
I would be very careful of that, considering, of doing it,
but I can send it out for RFP, I have no problem with
I
that.
appreciate that.
Yep.
If- Just because of the goal of getting this room repurposed and us moving down there, as you may be aware, next month,
Yes,
whatever we can do to make sure we comply appropriately with RFP gives us a bit of a window we need to get into here, so.
okay.
IT, have any comments on that?
From the meeting that I was in, the equipment we have would be
Would
compatible.
not, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, well, we would certainly welcome your insights if we are gonna buy new equipment. Not that other people aren't being diligent, but since you have to work on what's in the building, it would be great if you had
Yeah, so if I can come up.
Sure, come on up.
So the meeting that I was in with them, and between the registrar and the company, they actually had quoted out the whole court recording system, the microphones, the interface between the two systems. And one of the options that they had was microphones with speakers built in. So essentially it'd be a microphone with a speaker. So if the judge was speaking, it would actually come out through the microphone. The issue with that is that it's wired. And I think one of the ideas was to try to clean up some of the wires down there.
Sure.
I'm not sure exactly the direction that the registrar is going in at this time with the equipment. I just know that that was one of the options.
Okay.
Looking at the equipment that was quoted, I didn't see a compatibility between the equipment that we have and that system.
But some of this equipment could integrate with a newer system, or?
Just a different system. It would just depend on the interface between the microphones and the recording software.
So it's for some of us older people, the board and the,
Yeah,
okay.
essentially the receiver to the recorder.
Okay. So before we get way into the weeds on this one, what do you recommend?
That they continue to work, I think we should go out to an RFP process for this. And probably the two of them should work on it, I can work on it with you. Developing the RFP and some generic specifics to what you need, so that we can get out there.
All right. Anything further?
And I think the turntables now are removed from
Really?
most
What
of the
about the
audio.
eight-tracks?
I think that's an accessory, we could check.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay,
Real to real.
all right, back on track. Hillary, anything further?
That is all I have. I just put that we're on 530 when I did this. I know we're a little above that now as of 2025 for dockets for the
Okay.
year. It's been crazy busy, which is good and bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's good for business, bad for the situations.
Okay, so 530 cases to date, and have you ever done a comparison chart for?
We are a little ahead of what we previously were last year at this time. But it tends to, my understanding is that it will start to kind of settle down here a little bit in the summer, I hope, but the way the trend's going with certain things, I don't know if it will or not.
I recollect at one point maybe seeing a chart from the
Yep.
probate that showed breakdowns of the type of cases in 2 or 3 years. If you,
Yep.
without too much complication, could just share that as we get into planning, that might be helpful. And you don't have any reservations that you'd like to express at this point about the commission potentially using the courtroom for our meetings on a Wednesday?
I don't, the current Wednesdays that you currently meet, we're good. I've put you on the calendar, our court calendar, so that nobody can schedule the court for those days in case there's a, hearing or something that we need to squeeze in. We are
Understood.
good.
Okay,
Yep.
good. And we would, at this point, probably be looking at morning still, although that's yet to be determined. I know there's certain commissioners that like a little bit later for some of these early meetings.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, the first one is 11 and the second one is 10.
Yes.
And I'm thinking we had some scheduling conflicts in August or September or something like that, but we'll get to that later.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but we're good for now.
IT is okay with transitioning equipment down there for next month?
That is correct, yep.
Okay, sounds like we're on the right track.
Yes?
Anything further for probate? All set? Okay, thank you for your time and your report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. At this point, I believe our friends from UT are up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep,
Hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Correct, we are past the 10:30. Yes,
yep.
thank you for
Well-
the reminder.
We'll give the floor to the next agenda.
I understand. Okay, do we have books? We do have books.
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, we would call forward the parties in the tax abatement hearing, which was scheduled for 10:30. It's Mr. Moisen versus Town of Enfield. Good day, thank you for being here today.
Morning.
So thank you for rearranging your schedules to be with us today. I believe we have been provided with documentation and the other party, the town has been provided with the same documentation.
We're all set to go as of
Okay.
now, yep.
So at this point, we will open the tax abatement hearing. Moisen versus Town of Enfield. Mr. Moisen, I believe you are prepared to go first.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for finding time to help resolve the dispute between Enfield and me. The dispute began with the initial 2023 property assessment. That was 7 times higher than the 2022 assessment. The initial 2024 assessment was 8 times higher. The 7-fold and 8-fold increases in my assessment are the results of data mistakes, methodological mistakes, and other mistakes. Your help is needed because Enfield still grossly overvalues my land despite a half dozen opportunities over more than 2 years to correct data, methodological, arithmetic, and other mistakes. It was my sincere hope Enfield and I could between ourselves settle the dispute, but that did not occur. My efforts to resolve the dispute directly with Enfield include requesting an abatement. Enfield conceded it wrongly decided that request after you agreed to hear my appeal. Also, after you agreed to hear my appeal, Enfield finally sent some information first requested late last year. Because your involvement is already yielding results, one should be encouraged that today's outcome will finally resolve the dispute. So what are the hoped for or anticipated outcomes? One is that you will approve $18,800 as the proper assessment for 2024. That is $25,100 below the assessment that caused me to appeal to you. I also hope that you will approve the methodology underlying the $18,800 assessment. To earn that approval, you will be shown 4 times Enfield has conceded that it has manifestly and grossly overvalued my property. It is now 4 times, not 3. You will also be shown the fatal flaws undermining the assessment that caused my appeal. Finally, you'll be shown the documents and arithmetic validating the $18,800 proposed assessment. Because an aggrieved taxpayer must cover much ground, I respectfully ask that you allow me about 30 minutes for my prepared comments. Now let me provide some key background information. The proposed assessment differs from the one underlying my written appeal to you. It differs because the written version is based on the 2025 just value for my land, which Enfield wrongly gave me. Enfield should have given me the 2024 just values. There is a profound difference between the 2024 and 2025 just values. Background information, just values are Enfield's official view of what a certain type of property is worth or a certain property trait is worth in a certain year. Second background information, my land is very, very similar to 2 nearby properties. All 3 of those, you might think of us as 3 peas in a pod. All 3 of those properties have about the same total acreage. All but 2 acres of each property are officially designated tree growth and Class 2 road. The remaining 2 acres are raw land, mostly covered with trees or entirely covered with trees. The 3 Ps in the pod share key traits with the fourth property. The fourth is a much larger version. All but 5 acres of its 67 acres are officially designated tree growth and Class 2 road. The 5 acres are raw land, mostly or entirely covered with trees. This aerial photo shows the proximity of those properties.
Thank you, Mr. Moisen. Because we just received the books today, do you have it referenced in the document so we can?
Everything that I'm presenting today is here.
I understand that, but is there a number or something that would
these pages?
allow us to know the document that you're just holding up so we can see it for ourselves? You've got evidence came in, it appears 5 different packets. Is it in one of these?
That's not extensive, no.
Just want to make sure that we're able to.
Okay. Packet, commissioners, evidence packet number 3.
Okay,
It's like the second or third, it's a large 1-page map. It looks similar to this.
it has Webb Cove Drive and Webb,
Correct.
okay.
Yep.
Bluff Road, Webb Cove Drive,
Yep.
that's the one you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Thank you, appreciate it.
My property is here.
Okay,
The larger version is here. Please note, it borders my property.
can you identify for us in some way, because there's no markings on the map when you mention your property. Is that on that upper left near the Bluff Road?
In the Weber Cove Drive?
It's this thumb that sticks up
Okay.
on my property.
Apparently, our picture is a more blown
No,
up
I'm
version.
sorry, that's not the correct.
Doesn't look like the same map.
Okay.
No.
It seems to be similar, but this map is been zoomed in on so that the thumb is missing, that I can kind of see what you have, but I want to make sure that the commission is comfortable with what. If we can't find evidence of it in the packet, I think we'd be comfortable presuming that what we're looking at in evidence packet 3 gives us proximity, but not the actual plot of your land.
For the sake of using time well, may I just paint a picture with words?
Without objection.
All right. The larger version borders my property. The second P in the pod is literally around a corner. The third P in the pod is perhaps 1 mile away from mine. We're all in the same part of Enfield.
So when we're talking about Ps, we're talking about the parcels that you're referring to.
Three
there.
properties, 3 different properties.
Yep. Do we have data in here that gives us the property records on those 3 properties that you are referencing?
Property cards are in there, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. The aerial photo shows that all 4 of those properties are almost entirely covered with trees, or they're entirely covered with trees. They're all very similar properties. They're in the same part of Enfield. Final piece of background information, that's about the structure of my presentation. It's divided into sections The first page gives the big points that are relevant to that section. My prepared comments are limited to the big points because of time constraints. Attached to the first page are validating documents, arithmetic, and other information that we will get into if you would like to understand better the big points.
Where might we find that packet that you hold in your hand within the book?
I'm sorry, it's the first time I've seen this folder.
Okay.
I don't know where to look for it.
Okay, Mary Ann, do you know where that might have been placed in the book?
It's in one of the packets.
One of the, do you estimate when you might have provided that so we could?
I provided virtually everything that is in front of me today on April 15th. And I have added a few documents since then because those documents could not be, well, one reason is those documents could not be submitted to you for the originally scheduled hearing because they arrived after the 10-day deadline for submitting information.
So I'm looking at an introduction page in packet number 2 that says outcomes, a $25,100 reduction for my 2024 assessed value. Is that what the first page of your packet that you had in your hand?
It's very similar to it, yes, sir.
Okay. The commission comfortable? Okay. Yep. So I think we have something we can follow along here. The next paragraph, to convince you, you'll be shown 3 times Enfield recently conceded manifestly and grossly overvalued. And that, is that the front page of the packet that you were holding up and referencing, right in front of you there? Below the microphone.
And I think that's the intro, yeah, right there.
Oh,
But
okay.
it looks like you have additional pages.
It's basically the same.
Okay, as long as we've got something to follow along that parallels, that's what I'm looking for.
I will be flipping pages here.
Understood.
Okay, you should now be looking at a page titled 3 times Enfield conceded. It manifestly, grossly, and wrongly overvalued my property. Actually, it's now 4 times. So why start with 4 admissions? This is an addition. There's a procedural rule that goes something like this. County commissioners are, quote, to begin their review of an assessment with a presumption the assessor's valuation is valid, end quote. Enfield's 4 admissions to overvalue my property overcome that presumption, end quote, because they are, quote, credible affirmative evidence the assessor's valuation is manifestly wrong. That comes from a very famous property dispute which involved Mr. Newsom and the town of Raymond. Enfield cites that in its evidence package. What Enfield admitted is that when Mr. Newsom appealed to the county commissioners granted the part of his appeal where he did 3 things. He proved the assessor was wrong, he proved the assessor overvalued that piece of his property, and Mr. Newsom presented a legitimate alternative value. I will do all 3 things. So before listing the 4 admissions, you need to see a related mistake by Enfield.
Do you want to provide those to Mary Ann, she can give them to us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Unless this is already in our packet.
This is
It
an
is.
addition because
Right, it is not. I did send Enfield a copy so that they would have it in advance, and they appear to be everything that's already been submitted, Travis.
And this appears to be copies of documents the town would have provided for public or.
These documents have already been submitted, yes,
They
by,
have,
yeah, and provided to the town.
Okay. Have no objection, proceed if you would.
Okay, before going through the 4 admissions, you need to see a related mistake by Enfield. It is the worksheet Enfield claims underlies the 2022 assessment. Yes, 2022, the relevance will soon be evident. That worksheet is at the top of this page. At the bottom of the page, is a table from Enfield's evidence package. It shows for many years the assessed value for my land. Please go down to the line 2022. Next to that is $24,400. That's the official assessed value for 2022. On the back side of this page is the property tax bill for 2022. $24,400 appears 3 times on that document. Now let's go to this worksheet. If you use the data on this worksheet and do the arithmetic correctly, the resulting assessed value is here. It's $163,400. The huge
That would
gap.
be in the center of the page under calculated building.
It is here, sir.
Yep, in the center, yeah.
Yeah, can we all see that? Okay, proceed.
The huge gap between $163,400 and the official assessment is due mostly or entirely to this line. The line, if you do the arithmetic using that data, by the way, this values a small slice of my property, a small sliver of my property. According to that arithmetic, that small sliver is worth $150,000. That's more than 6 times the assessed value for the entire 12.7 acres. So, how could it be that wrong? Well, part of the problem is over here. Enfield wrongly assigns to that sliver 200 feet of shore frontage. Enfield knows that sliver has 0 shore frontage. 0 times any number is 0, not $150,000. There's another
Just to
mistake.
clarify for us, is there shore frontage associated with your property?
There is.
Okay.
But
Not in this location.
the entire shore frontage is in tree growth. So the state sets the value for that property. There's also a data entry mistake in this column, which is the influence factor. According to Enfield, the correct influence factor is 10%, not 100%.
Okay, thank you.
So, despite the fact that this basic approach gives the wrong result for 2022, Enfield used it to calculate the 2023, 2024, and 2025 assessments. Enfield has conceded 4 times that the resulting assessed values are wrong. Now, I'm going to skip to the 4th time to save some time. That coincides with the 4th version of the 2024 assessment. That's the last page of the document you were just handed, or the packet you were just handed. 2024 appears here.
Yeah.
My name appears here. And the value in this corner is 40% below the assessment that caused my appeal to you. That implicitly concedes that Enfield wrongly decided my abatement. So, why might Enfield have reached that decision? I'm sorry, I need to go to this document. Please turn to this page.
If you
Which
could
tab
reference
is that?
what packet that is in.
Packet 2.
Packet 2,
Okay,
It's right after the stapled, I think there's 2 sets of stapled pages, and then there, does that say 53?
I think Mary Ann
Yes.
efficiently removed the
Yeah.
staples from our packages. I
I
see
did
the
that.
Oh,
proposed
okay.
copy here, but
So
So give us a reference on the, is it the trio type document we're talking about?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
That's
do you mind if I, okay, so I believe it's this one, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. This is on the back of it, but that's what it looks like. In the upper left, it's Mr. Moiston's name. In the right corner is 029024. Better identification is handwritten about the middle right page is 53900.
53,
1,900. It's under packet 2.
yeah.
Oh, we're in
So
back
I think,
two.
yeah, you're in, yeah, we'll just go back to
Back is here.
packet, oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, so you did have Staples.
No, we have Staples.
One more, and then, oh, back up. Yep, right there. Packet 2,
Yep,
yep, right after the Staples, and keep going back. I think that's the one, front
Okay.
page, yes. Commissioner Tremble, you all set?
this would be about 4 pages in, I think, in package.
Packet 2. Let me come back a little bit.
Keep, what's on the other side of that page?
One more, right there, yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you, if you'd like to proceed now.
The top half of this page comes from Enfield's evidence package.
Okay, this would be the, what is a copy of, I believe, property record card?
No, so this is a worksheet that Enfield says guided its decision about my
Okay.
abatement request.
All right,
You'll notice that this part resembles very closely the 2022 worksheet that you just looked at.
okay,
It begins with 200 feet of shore frontage. There is an arithmetic mistake in this line. I'll walk you through it. 200 feet of shore frontage times the just value of 1,560, which is just to the one side of the right-left center, is $312,000, which is handwritten. Below that is $212,200. The point is, the arithmetic up to that point is wrong. Enfield's arithmetic is wrong. After you multiply $312,000 times the 10% influence factor, the result is $31,200.
and I'm presuming that the handwriting is yours? or
Is
you-
mine, yes, sir.
Thank you.
After adding to $31,200, the value of the tree growth land, plus the value of the land underneath the access road, plus the value of the remaining acreage, the sum is $53,900, not $43,900. Now, please follow the yellow line towards the bottom of the page. $53,900 appears twice. Almost dead center of the right-left center, you see 2025. Evidently, $53,900 is the 2025 assessment. Enfield used $53,900 as the second version of the 2024 assessment.
So taxes are billed biannually or twice a year? Or payments are twice a year for the town?
I believe I get one bill a year.
Okay, all right.
So what could go wrong with that? Well, the just values in this column are for 2025. There is a profound difference between the 2024 and 2025 values for the base lot and for the shorefront. We'll get into that in a minute.
Okay.
I filed an abatement because I knew 53.9 was wrong. In response, Enfield knocked $10,000 off the first line. there is no rhyme or reason given on this worksheet for deducting $10,000 from that line. So it's an arbitrary deduction. They carried that through to the bottom, $43,900. I will note that the $43,900 version is based on the wrong just value for the base lot portion of my property. Anfield continued to use the 2025 version rather than the 2024 version. That makes a huge difference.
I guess I'm not seeing the number of 43.9 that you referred to here. In your packet, is there some documentation to that effect?
There is the abatement request.
Okay.
Actually, 43,000
893.
appears right here.
I'm not sure where you're referencing. On the document that we have, you have handwritten in 53,900, which is what appears at 2025, but I do not see a $43,900 figure.
Towards the middle of the
Okay, I
top,
see.
bottom, middle of the page,
Okay, I do see a land total of $43,893. Is that?
which is rounded up to $43,900.
Okay. All right, proceed, sir.
Okay? So now I'm about to show you the result if you use Enfield's approach, but replace the 2025 just values with 2024 just values and do the arithmetic correctly. You should now be looking at this page.
Which should be the next page, right?
That's the 49, that's the arithmetic
Yep,
parameters.
yep.
And the title is $43,900 arithmetic parameters.
That's where-
Arithmetic and parameters are fatally
That's where I
flawed.
got the 43,893.
And just for clarity, this is a document you prepared, it is not a town
That
document.
is correct.
Okay.
It's a reformatted version,
With the 24 value
Of
as
this
opposed to the
worksheet.
25.
and it's been reformatted to allow room for the 2024 just values. Now, I'm going to cut to the bottom line, because that's the most important thing. If you do the arithmetic correctly using the 2024 just values, the corresponding assessed value is just below $29,500, and I'm sorry, that does not appear on your version due to a formatting error by me. So the corresponding version using the 2025 assessed values is version 2. That's $53,900. That reflects in full the 2025 just values. $53,900 is almost twice $29,500. The third version of the 2024 assessment is 40% above $29,500. Why is that? Well, let's go to this column, the just values column. Enfield used $1,560 for version 2. Below that, you see a range. That's $610 to $913. That brackets the just values used to calculate the 2024 assessments for 7 properties near mine. I used the approximate midpoint of that, $750, to get to $29,500. Go to the bottom of that column, please. Anfield used $22,800 to calculate the $53,900 assessment. That's 80% above $13,205. $13,205 is the 2024 average for 8 base lots. The property cards follow this page, should you wish to double check my arithmetic and validate those numbers. Now, it's worse than that. This should be 0, as I said before. It's not shorefront property.
You're referring to the $200 figure that was estimated as 200 feet of shore frontage.
Yes, wrongly assigned. That's 0. So this cannot be valued as shorefront property. We have to find another way to value that, which we'll do soon. After I point out that the way Enfield treats my 2 acres is wrong. It splits my 2 acres into roughly 1 acre of shorefront and 1 acre is a base lot. It's wrong because my property is the only way Enfield treats that way. You contrast that with the way it treats the 3 similar properties in my neck of the wood. Again, my 2 acres are split into 1 regular lot and 1 base lot. The big parcel right next to me, 5 acres, is treated as 1 base lot. The second P in the pods, 2 acres, are split into 2 base lots. The third P's, 2 acres, is designated 1 regular lot. So you've got four similar properties treated 4 different ways. That violates a bedrock assessing rule, which is that similar properties must be treated similar ways. The disparate treatment results in profoundly different values for the parcels not officially designated tree growth and access road. For example, the second P's 2 acres are valued at 98% of just value, the 2024 just value for base lots. My 2 acres, I did say 98%, correct? My 2 acres are valued at 145%. That violates the second bedrock assessing rule, which is that similar properties bear the same relationship to just value. It's worse. All 4 of those treatments differ from the way Enfield routinely treats parcels that qualify as a base lot but are larger than 1 base lot. The routine treatment is the first 9/10 of an acre are designated a base lot. The rest of the land is designated rear land 1. Stapled to this page are 10 property cards validating that observation.
And these would be the cards that are referenced as 029, 022, 022.
I'm sorry.
So as I go through it, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay.
12. Some of these.
Well, I'm now speaking from this page.
Okay.
And there are 10.
What is the header on that page?
Disparate treatment.
For covering that.
I'm sorry.
Disparate treatment.
Which package?
Okay, so that is towards the end or the tail end of packet.
It's still part of in packet 2.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, the
Yep.
10 property cards begin with map number 19, lot number 41.
Okay.
They're just there to validate. You can examine them at some other time. Okay. If you're wondering what distinguishes rear land 1 from a base lot from a regular lot, the distinction that's relevant to this appeal is that rear land 1 is worth much, much less than a base lot. And a base lot is worth much, much less than a regular lot, which means that rear land 1 is worth much, 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 much less than a regular lot, which means that
How do you define a regular lot in this discussion? Is
I'm
there
sorry,
shoreline involved, or-
I do not know how Enfield
I'm
defines a regular lot.
inquiring as to how you are defining what you're referring to as a regular lot. Is that an assessing term, or is that something that you're using like the Ps to reference your documentation here?
I believe that actually comes from one of Enfield's. Yeah, here, it comes from Enfield. This line on the worksheet refers to the first sliver on each of the worksheets as a regular lot.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Anyway, the point is that a rear land one is worth much less than a regular lot. And Enfield's been treating 1 acre of my property as a regular lot. It should not do so. So. Let me show you the result. Please turn over to the second to last page in this section,
Packet 2?
packet 2, labeled packet 2.
And what does that reference as the title on the top of the page, please?
Proposed valuation methodology / arithmetic and
I believe we all
assessment.
have that now.
Yep, all good?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
So this table shows the appropriate splits or the routine splits for my property. So starting at the bottom, 1.1 acres should be designated rear land 1. 9/10 of an acre should be designated a base lot - fract. I don't know what that is.
You mean 9.2, that's what your numbers show here.
Yes, or 9,200.
0.92.
0.92, correct.
A half acre should be designated class 2 road. 10.2 acres designated tree growth.
Okay,
Then each of those segments are valued using the appropriate just value. There's an influence factor column. We'll gloss over that for the moment. If you do the arithmetic correctly using all that data, the assessed value for my land is $18,800 approximately.
and the numbers that you have in the price unit, where do those come from, please?
$13,205 is the 2024 average for 8 base lots.
So that's an average, that is not, that's not a number that the town provided you.
Enfield has not provided me the official just value.
Yeah, that's
And the
listed as
official
an
just
estimate.
value may differ slightly from that, but it's very slightly.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
$2,000 just value for the rear land one has a lot of Kentucky windage in it. The actual official just value is probably somewhere between $1,500 and $3,000.
Just to be clear, you are not a certified assessor or appraiser.
I am not, but my
Okay, you've
profession,
done great work in this, but I just want to clarify that for the record.
Thank my professional career was spent gathering information and making sense out of it.
Okay,
I have a question on that.
Yes,
On your
please.
question. On this sheet, the methodology sheet, you've come up with 18.8, but in your application for your abatement, I think you were quite, I mean, I'm not sure what you want.
Yes, sir, you raise a good point.
You were quite a bit higher.
The
So,
writ- the
I mean, what do
written-
we need to act on for a request?
The written version of my appeal to you, the proposed assessment in the written version is based on the 2025 just value, which Enfield wrongly gave me. As I showed you, the 2025 just value exceeds by about 80% a pretty good estimate of what the 2024 just value is.
anything further, sir?
Yes, I need to conclude.
Okay,
My appeal satisfies the 3 requirements that an aggrieved property owner identify errors in an assessor's valuation. I've shown you that Enfield used the wrong year's just values. I've shown you that they wrongly assigned 200 feet of shorefront to a sliver of my property. And that they almost certainly wrongly they used the wrong property splits. I've shown you that all those errors grossly overvalue my property. I have proposed an alternative valuation and a property split that conforms with the way Enfield routinely values segments of property like I have. So I ask that you approve $18,800 as the correct assessment for 2024. That's
correct
25.
valuation on which the tax would be assessed.
Correct. That's $25,100 below the assessment that prompted my appeal. I also ask that you instruct Enfield to use these property splits when valuing my property, and that each property be valued using the appropriate just value, and that for the tree growth land and the Class 2 road, Enfield use a 100% influence factor, and for the rear land and base lot, it continues to use an 85% influence factor. It already uses 85%, it explains why in its evidence package.
Thank you. Anything further that you'd like to present at this time?
I will answer questions if you have them.
Okay. I think what we may want to do at this point, I will defer to the commissioners if they have specific questions now, but if not, we would go to the town for their presentation, at which point we will allow each party to have a kind of conclusive or summary of this, and then we'll determine what action the commission will be taking. So if you folks would be kind enough for the record to introduce yourselves, I think both of your mics are on if the green button is, yep. So if you'd like to proceed, and then I'll allow you to present your packet and any commentary you may have related to this. So.
Thank you for having us today. My name is Gina Batchelor. I am the town manager for the town of Enfield. I have Travis Roy, he is our assessor's agent for the town, here with me today to review the evidence presented and speak to this parcel as it pertains to how Enfield values the properties. For the 2025 tax year, we did undergo a revaluation townwide to reassess our tax cost files. That was an important part to be fair and equitable in our taxation.
Gina, again, for my record, what was the year that you performed?
2025.
20?
Yeah, for the 2025 tax bill.
Which was done, I assume, in 24.
It was issued in September of
Thank
24, correct.
Yep.
So I do have Travis here today. I think the biggest thing here, we've assessed the property in 2025 as $53,900. Mr. Moisen presented an abatement request to the assessor because of an acreage correction, in which we addressed that issue and brought the property value to $43,900. I will let Travis speak to his assessment, his review of the case, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. So when you say adjustment, was there a number that the town had for the aggregate acreage that changed between those two, or just the terms under which you assessed value on the different portions of Mr. Moisen's land?
There was an adjustment on the total acreage.
Total acreage. It is on, yeah.
There was an adjustment on total acreage?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and what it's now, I believe, shown is 12.7 acres?
Yes.
What was the number prior to that? Do you remember, or do you have?
13.55 or 13.54.
Is that your understanding there was a change in acreage?
They are partially correct.
Okay,
They reduced the total acreage from 13.55 to 12.7. They did so by reducing the portion of the acreage assigned to the portion of my land not designated tree growth and access road from 12.83 acres, I
but you
believe,
agree that
to
the
2.
total acreage has changed to the 12.7 from what was?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I'm not sure what pieces of all that you want me to respond to. We focus on the 2025 assessment. The 2025 assessment did come out at 53.9. Mr. Moisen, like any taxpayer, has 185 days from commitment to question any parts of that. Did question the historical acreage, which has been in place for a long time. We reviewed his information and adjusted that to 12.77 acres because the information tended to lead us to believe that that was a correction that needed to be made.
No survey, to your knowledge, was done of the property?
He provided a map that showed the acreage and we reviewed it. I don't know if it was a survey off the top of my head, I believe it was.
Okay.
And we reviewed the information that led us to believe that there was evidence to change the acreage. We did. We issued an abatement as is process. And the value then, as has been pointed out here, was 43,893, I believe it was, which the software automatically rounds to 43,900.
Okay, thank you.
So that is the standing assessment on the lot. I'll let you ask me questions if I don't hit on the points, because I'm not sure. There's a lot of information flying around here, and not all of it is anything that the town agrees with.
So if I can clarify my understanding, an abatement can only be issued for a certain period from when it is filed, or for certain years? As I understand, you can't go back more than a certain number of years for an abatement?
So the assessor can issue, or the assessors, in this case would be the select board. Well, I'm the agent, so I recommend to them. They can issue current year, the assessor can issue current year. The town's board, in this case, again, selectmen, can go back up to 3 years.
3 years, thank you. Okay. So looking at the documentation, it appears that there potentially are 3 years in question here?
We have appeal for this year.
We have it for this year, okay. So we're really focused on the 2025 tax year.
I believe so, which some of the documentation provided by the other party lists the 2024 assessment.
Okay, so if I may, Mr. Moisen, just to clarify for us, what years are you asking for abatement?
I disputed the 2024 assessment. That's very clear.
Okay,
in the
there's a lot of data, so I'm just trying to clarify for those.
2024, the 2024 assessment was disputed in the abatement.
Okay, so you're asking for us to consider an abatement for your 2025 taxes based upon the 2024 assessment?
I'm sorry, I don't have enough background information to answer that fully. I will say I'm appealing the 2024 assessment, which initially, do you want me to give you all 4 versions?
No, I think we've gotten the true sense of what your version is, but I'm just in the confines, because you've brought a lot of information here as to what the commission is going to be acting on in this case.
Let me add some more information then. I'm appealing the tax bill that we paid last year.
In 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Late last year.
Does that give you enough clarity as to what issue we need to focus on for your side? Okay.
Yes, sir. The fall 24 assessment is the 25 tax bill. That's the current tax bill.
And the tax bill, if I'm not mistaken, comes out in the late summer of a year?
August, September?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Great.
So to be clear, the town official assessment has issued 2 numbers on this, 53.9, and then an acreage question of 43.9. The other number that was in a letter from the revaluation contractor clearly states that no exemptions and/or special programs are included in this proposed assessment from an outside contractor. That was never anything we adopted.
Say that again?
When you hire a revaluation contractor, they collect the data, they rebuild the cost files, and they plug that all in together, and it comes out with a number. And then they send you, the property owner, here's a proposed valuation of all in, and this does not include any exemptions or special programs, i.e. tree growth, things like that.
Tree growth,
So an all-in
homeowner,
exemptions.
veteran.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
thank you.
So that is a contractor, a private business that builds these tables out and says, here's what it would be before any of your exemptions. That's where that $206,000 number came from. So that's nothing that was ever part of an official assessment by the town. The assessment issued was 53.9, corrected to 43.9. These base lot numbers, the cost file numbers are all from a professional revaluation firm done in 2024 that is very systematic how we do these things. Now, there's a system, like any system, works for most things, right? As long as it's square and vanilla, it fits in the box beautifully. And then the assessor's job is to look at different lots of differences. You know, just like the three of you sitting there, everybody's a little different, right? So you figure out how to put water influences on, how to include tree growth on a waterfront lot, things like that. The presence of tree growth on a waterfront lot does not evaporate water frontage. We do not assess it like we would if it was not in tree growth. Obviously, we use the state law. There's per acre, you see $136 on there. That's one of the per acre assessment amounts set by the state every year. It's issued by the state. Everybody has to use the same thing. The lot is in tree growth. It does comply with the standards, and we do use those numbers for the tree growth portion. Jerry Thurlow, the retired assessor's agent from Enfield for many, many years, had originally set this file up, and when I started there, obviously I adopted those assessments and sought to learn the differences in some of them, because 80% of assessments are right down the middle, and then you get the ones that are a little different, right? So
When did you start with the town of Enfield as a contractor?
January 22. January 22, sir. So I met with Jerry on this particular lot and started asking questions about his recollection of when this was built this way. And when you look at regular lot, to answer that question from earlier, regular lot depends on what neighborhood you're in. If you're in downtown Bangor or the Edinburgh Road in Argyle, a regular lot is obviously not valued the same, correct? Even in the same towns, it's not done the same, because you have waterfront on Cold Stream, a deep cold water pond. You have waterfront on a small stream or waterfront on the Penobscot River. So it depends on what area of the town you're in, what a lot value is for a regular lot, okay? And those are all built out systematic. We do not use Kentucky windage and make $10,000 rough adjustments because we get caught doing something wrong.
Could you clarify for those of us not aware of what Kentucky windage is, what that refers to?
I would suspect that the insinuation was some guessery, some dartboards, things like that. I don't know. It's not an assessing term. It's nothing we do.
Okay.
We have systematic cost files in the computer. So there's two major components to an assessing system: the data, what size is your house, what year was it built, what condition and quality, okay, things like that. What size is your garage? Then there's the cost files. When you hear about towns going to revaluation, it's because the market has changed. Maybe the market went down, maybe the market went up. I think we all know what's happened in the last 5 years. So you're sure that you have a feeling that you're treating a $60,000 home in the woods fairly compared to a $300,000 home somewhere else. So that was the goal of the revaluation that Enfield set out to undertake. And that's why they hired Bartlett Assessing to set those cost files. So the $1,560 that you've heard about is a cost file based on sales data throughout Enfield, collected over a period of time, boiled down into what a per acre cost should be.
So
is to, or what in my case the agent's role is to recommend to the assessors, is that we look at the market. We can do market studies on sales. We're required to do a sales analysis study every year from the state, and you submit that back to them, and they use that to kind of keep you in check. If you let your valuations go below 70% or over 110% of the market, the state will discipline you, so to speak. They start taking away reimbursements and things like that. So that's why there's a requirement to have revaluations to keep it there. You never want some of your community to be at 78% and some of your community to be at 108%, because that's disparate. That means people aren't paying their fair share. So in the end, all this boils down to just value, has been mentioned here a bunch of times, and is the basis of the law. So when we look at something, when a new assessor is trained or a new appraiser, when I started in 2003, they teach you to put all this together and then step back and look at this value. Is this value above what this property could list and sell for, most probably in this market? That's the definition of an operating definition of just value. That's how we look at these things. And if it seems too high or too low, we look at what the factors are. Sometimes they're just all a shade high or a shade low, and as long as it's equitable, then that's okay. You always seek to have it below 100 or close to 100. 95 is pretty much the standard amongst assessors. If you talk to them, we shoot for that 95, 93, 95, 97% range, because if you push 100, you're probably going to be over with some people, and that's not a good goal to have. And if you shoot for 85, well, now you're below the standard with the state, and they're gonna take some of your homestead reimbursement away. So instead of your $25,000 homestead reimbursement you get on your house, that now gets reduced. You might get a $22,000 homestead reimbursement. So towns seek to stay in that.
You being the town, because the individual homeowner still gets the full exemption.
No, if the town certifies below the required amount, say if we certify, which towns have been doing if they haven't get the revals, say if you recertify at 70% of that, that's what the town's gonna put in as a certified ratio. You as the homeowner then get the benefit of 70% of the stated exemption in law. So you get 70% of that 25,000. Yeah, you get that portion of that. So your tax bill wouldn't say 25,000 on homestead exemption. We pull this out of the air right quick, it'd be like 18.5. So it'd be 70% of that number. So that's another goal for the town to stay in there. So these numbers, these numbers you're getting thrown around 15, 60 and things like that are all based in revaluation. They're all based in the market. They are standard across the board. We don't use different per acre values for lots situated in the same places. And then when you get all that boiled down, I talked about the square lot and the vanilla lot, and they all fit perfectly in the system, right? Well, a couple of the issues that he's mentioned earlier that aren't part of this appeal, but I'll just give you some context. The $176,000 one was because the software, when we converted some software, dropped off what's called an override. Because when you put in the value for a base lot and it states 212,000 is the number you heard earlier, and it says 100%, well, that's easy. It calculates it at 100%. If I, as the assessor, say, no, it's got limited access, there's some other issues going on here, and the shoreland's all in tree growth, that should enjoy a large discount off in what a regular base lot would be. Because if that was not in tree growth, then you could use all that, about 2,500 feet of water frontage, give or take, measured on a GIS. If you could use all that, that would be valued at a much different level, right? So because this is in tree growth, because there is limited access, there's a 90% reduction on that lot value. So that is what the assessor's job is to do, is control that percentage of what's reasonable. So we take it from the square vanilla box to the real world, and we say, what's reasonable for an adjustment here? And that's how Jerry Thurlow got to that 90% reduction off of that. Because while we've heard that there is no shore frontage, there is shore frontage. It's approximately 2,500 feet based on a GIS measurement. It's there, it exists. So how do we address that? Okay, put in tree growth doesn't make it disappear, it just changes how it has to be looked at. So it is properly in tree growth, it is properly assessed in tree growth, and any water influence, water frontage value that's on the lot is reduced 90%. And I would suggest to you that doing anything different than that would be unfair to the neighbors, because they have water frontage next door, and they're being assessed at 100% if they're not in tree growth. If they are in tree growth, then they're being assessed at tree growth rates. But there's got to be some influence there. The waterfront does exist, and the town believes that we are not above just value at $43,900 for 12.5 acres on a deep cold weather pond. And the rest of the information, as far as what the previous sale, the purchase price, and everything is in our packet. I don't know that it needs to be repeated. I can certainly go through any of that you want us to.
Questions from the commissioners? I think it's gonna take us a while to digest.
Digest this stuff.
May I rebut?
You may, just one moment. In regards to this issue, so I can understand it, and I do have a little bit of knowledge, but that can be dangerous. There is, from what I'm understanding here, several components to Mr. Moisen's property, and he is using examples of other properties that he has selected in Enfield that may be somewhat comparable, but may have different features that affect the value you assess to those acres within those parcels. For example, there's base lot, there's tree growth lot, there's rear lot, and then there's class 2 road, as I understood it. Could you explain a little bit about how you calculate a base lot value versus a base lot potentially with water frontage? I mean, maybe you can give us some guidance on that.
So there's no massaging, so to speak, of the assessment in that role. A base lot that has waterfront is preset in the cost files. It's listed in the cost files. And then a base lot downtown with public water and sewer has a preset value, okay? So we don't change those. You add a base lot and then you say, is there any factor that I need to consider here? That's what we're talking, you hear about the 90% reduction. So you take a pre-canned system, again, the white vanilla box, and you take that and you say, okay, how do I need to change this to make it reasonable for this parcel? We've heard a lot about math today and averages. That's not how we do it. We don't go and pick different people to compare. We have a cost file and we have square footage and we put those in there, and then the assessor, the human factor, looks at it and say, what is reasonable to adjust that? In this case, I would suggest to you there's a 90% reduction on the waterfront value. The waterfront does exist. It has effect on the sale value, the just value of that lot. It has to be addressed on there.
So just to clarify, there is no building or structure on this. This is just raw land?
Correct.
In different categories, but it's all raw land. And there is some form of road that accesses this property?
Yeah. Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay,
I've only seen it on a map.
okay, all right. Mr. Moisen, you had a comment?
Yes. This is my property. You saw this map before. This is the larger version. It has 5 acres not officially designated tree growth or at class 2 road. Enfield treats that 5 acres as one base lot. There is no water frontage assigned to that. None.
Is this your property or an adjoining one of your Ps?
This is the larger version of the 3 Ps. My property is
Do you
there.
happen to have a map number, but?
I believe,
Is that
I
from
believe
a
this is,
Google Earth?
I believe this is 029024.
That's you, correct?
023.
Yeah.
029, 023 is the
Is-
5 acre lot that you are
Is
pointing
this.
to on the map. Okay.
And I will find the property card, it is in here.
Okay, I just
But
want to,
Enfield treats that as a base lot. No shore frontage is reflected in the value of that. There's no shore frontage that appears on the property card.
but again, is that your property or is that?
My property is here.
Okay,
My property is assigned shore frontage.
okay,
The second P is here. Its 2 acres are treated as base lot. No shore frontage value is assigned to that. So why, if Enfield is treating those 2 lots that way, it must treat my property that way. Furthermore, this parcel here has somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 feet of shore frontage. It has more, it has at least as much as I do.
okay.
2, $53,900 is based on just values for 2025. Enfield did not deny that. The 2024 assessment underlies my appeal to you. The 2024 just values are profound for a base lot and shore frontage are profoundly less than the 2025 values. 3, Enfield mentioned Mr. Thurlow in its evidence package and again today. So let me give you the total story. Between 2005 and or more of the story, between 2005 and 2004, Mr. Thurlow increased the assessed value of my land by a factor of 4. So the 2009 assessed value was 4 times what it was in 2005. The physical
You
features
said
of the land,
2009, did you mean an alternate year?
the assessed value in 2009 was 4 times the assessed value in 2005. You heard that right.
Okay, I don't know that we have a tax bill here. You're referencing a year that I don't see on what I'm assuming is the TRIO record that the town generally uses for property documentation.
They raised him as an expert on the value of my property. May I please address that?
Okay.
These are all matters of record and I can produce the record. A 4-fold increase in my property value is equivalent to a 288% increase. Now, it just so happens that Mr. Thurlow owned waterfront property less than a mile from mine. He was the assessor for that property and that entire neighborhood. Over the same period of time, the assessed value for the properties in that neighborhood increased 43%.
Instead of 400.
288% is almost 7 times 43%. I asked Mr. Thurlow to explain the difference.
So
Mr.
was this in
Thurlow,
regards to the 2024 year, or is this prior year?
this is a prior year.
Okay.
In
But
2010,
Today, if I may, today we're talking about the 2024 valuation and an abatement on that. So while you're giving reference, it's not directly germane to what we're dealing with on your request.
Anfield raised Mr. Thurlow as an authority on the value of my lot.
At that point, I believe he was employed by the town and used certain software that calculated these values. But if Mr. Thurlow was not the individual in 2024 that provided the data to the system.
That is correct.
Okay, so let's try to stay at 2024, because there's a tremendous amount of information here, and I want to be fair to everyone.
Let me reiterate that.
Okay.
That the $53,900 assessed value is based on just values for 2025. This appeal involves the 2024 assessed value.
Okay.
Now, there is a document in Enfield's evidence package. It's about 2/3 of the way through. It follows a table that looks like this.
What does it reference at the top of that, if I may?
May I carry it up to you and show you?
It's in very small writing.
I think it says, your name is at the top, Mr. Moisen, and.
Which evidence packet is that?
It's Enfield's evidence package.
Okay, so.
the towns.
At the bottom, it says Moisen submitted for comparison on the left side. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I think if we're all, it would be about 10 documents from the back. It looks like this.
Yeah.
Is it highlighted?
It's highlighted in yellow, and his name at the left bottom is highlighted in yellow. I think, yeah, keep going, I think, there we go. I think all of us have it now.
I should number these pages.
Well,
Make it a lot easier.
All right. Now, please turn 2 pages towards the back of Enfield's evidence package. You will see a property card. At the top of that is map number 29, lot 2-lot 2.
okay,
Pike Family Trust is below that.
okay.
In this corner, you will see the assessed values for 2024 and 2025. Please note that the 2025 assessed value is more than twice the 2024 assessed value. So by
Or
using,
just the land?
correct.
Okay.
So by using the 2025 just values to calculate my 2024 assessment, Enfield is grossly overvaluing my property. And by the way, there are more property cards in here, in Enfield's evidence package, that go to that point.
So if I may, Mr. Moisen, looking at the card that you referenced, it does not indicate here that this is in tree growth at the time that this was valued, but we don't know what the history of the prior ownership of this.
There is no tree growth here, sir. The point is that the entire value is derived from its shore frontage.
Okay.
My point is that the just value for shorefront in 2025 profoundly exceeds the just value in 2024. So much so that it caused the assessed value for this property to double, more than double, between 2024 and 2025. And because Enfield used the 2025 just value to value my shore frontage, is grossly overstating the value of that shore frontage. And now let me reiterate another point.
I think we've established that there is a variety of base numbers that then are subjected to an analysis by the assessors or the assessor's agent to determine this. And I guess I'm gonna need to let the town speak to that. You can make your final point if you would, sir.
I'm gonna reiterate what I said before. There's a property to the west of me, a property to the east and south. Very similar. Those two properties, 5 acre or parcels not in tree growth or underlying the Class 2 road, are valued without reference to the shorefront. Even though the larger property has at least as much shore frontage as mine, and the other property has several hundred feet of shore frontage.
I guess
And that breaks a cardinal or a bedrock assessing rule. Similar properties must be treated similarly.
is there a comment that you would like to share regarding this? I recognize you may be looking at references here that you haven't had time to study, but in terms of the base, I'll use the word base, but the calculation that your assessing program or your department uses to establish certain valuations, do you have a response that would be helpful to us to understand some of these differences that took place? It appears that there was a significant increase within a 1 or 2 year period of valuations on these lands that maybe was not completely analyzed before it was applied, or do you feel comfortable addressing how that number increased so significantly?
Yeah, in 2024, there was a townwide revaluation for the first time since the 1990s.
Okay.
Which explains that everybody's values changed. I guess I'll offer some final thoughts and then see if they answer your questions, and be glad to answer anything else you have. First and foremost, 24 to 25, this time period we're talking about, there was a townwide revaluation since, the first one since I believe 1993.
Just before.
Just before
yeah.
1993.
It was in that ballpark, 91.
So the values certainly changed. I think anybody can understand that. That's where a lot of the change comes from. The town is concerned there's been so much inappropriate information provided at this point that we will gladly answer any questions that you have about the year in question, because the rest of it is not part of this conversation for this meeting. Enfield has a very systematic process for assessing, reviewing questions and concerns, and granting appeals. That has been done. Some of the documents shared with you have different years compared with each other. It's not apples to apples. They're not our presentation. I can't answer why that's done. They do not match up. Mr. Moisten states in his application that market value is not relevant. The assessing business is something like making sausage. I'm sure you've heard that reference before. A lot of stuff goes in. When it comes out, if the sausage is no good, the consumer doesn't buy it, right? So when we do this, as I've explained to you, the square vanilla box, the system works for the square vanilla box. Then you have to have knowledgeable personnel that then look at this and determine what needs to be made for adjustments. That is what Enfield does. We have a system that treats everybody the same way with that. We look at these questions, we have a process. That's what's required. To say that market value doesn't matter because I want to work on a piece of the math that I disagree with and come up with my own lot value per acre numbers based on, when you look at, say, one of your lots, if you all live in the same town, and you said, well, I'm going to average those.
Fortunately, we don't.
Okay.
We have a problem serving here.
Right. But my point is that you can't take those 3 lots and divide them by 10 acres, 11 acres, and 14 acres and say that's the per acre value. Because one could be waterfront, one could be tree growth, there's so many things that change that have effect on that per acre value. That's why the system is built into regular lots and other things. Class 2 roads, for instance, is a reference in tree growth. That's the only time you'll see that. You build out a piece of that acreage because it's a road. It's not tree growth, so it doesn't have the benefit of raising trees. So to say that market value doesn't matter flies in the face of established case law. I won't get into explaining case law until you have it in front of you. To say that just value doesn't matter flies in the face of the state law. Enfield rests on the fact that we have a very systematic approach. We listen to taxpayers, we respond to them. They all will not be happy. We try. We've offered an in-person meeting, not accepted. My next step after an in-person meeting when I deal with someone that we're still in disagreement is invite me over. Let's go look at it. Those things have not been, the invitation to see the lot hasn't been offered because the meeting wouldn't be accepted. So we are trying to relay the information, but the large jump from 24 to 25 is a revaluation. All of us took that, but no matter what town you're in, if you had a revaluation. So that's understandable, not accepted by many, but that's how the process works.
Well, we are painfully familiar with what the revaluation has done in the unorganized territory, and some of us have experienced it personally. So do we have questions from the commission either for the town or Mr. Moisten? There's a substantial amount of information, but to clarify for both parties before we wrap up, we're looking at the 2024 tax year, if I'm not mistaken, for the 2024 assessment.
Which is the 2025 tax bill.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, okay. So as long as we understand that we have supporting data that has been provided by the plaintiff, but ultimately we're looking at the 2025 assessment. I assume there has been an opportunity to present to the Board of Appeals.
2024 assessment.
But it's a 2025 tax bill.
Yes.
The difference is because of fiscal years, right?
Right, I understand, but as long as we're clear that we're dealing with what the assessment was, but the billing would have taken place in 2025 for
The bill was received in 2024, it was paid in 2024.
Okay, but it was for the 2025 year, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. The way the system works is the assessments are done late summer, early fall. The tax bills are issued late summer, early fall
So are you
for
an
the coming
annual or
year.
fiscal year in Enfield?
Fiscal year,
So
and all
your
real
fiscal
estate's
year.
fixed as of April
Okay.
1st, so April 1st of 2024 is what the 2025 tax bill was issued on.
Okay, so the 2025 tax bill reflects collection of taxes due for the next fiscal year. You're not collecting in arrears. or-
Correct.
Okay. Okay, is that clear to everyone? Do you understand that process, Mr. Moisen? I know it doesn't directly affect you, but the bill that we're referencing here is the 2025 tax year bill, but it's based upon the 2024 valuation.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay. And have you been able to present your case to the Board of Appeals in Enfield?
Enfield's procedure, according to Enfield, is you file an abatement request, and then if that's unsatisfactory, one goes to the commissioners.
Okay. But you have filed that, and there was some abatement.
I requested an abatement.
And then with the $10,000, there was a $10,000.
They reduced the assessment $10,000. I tried to correct the $43,000 by communicating with Enfield. Enfield did not provide much of the information requested. And my practice is to have a thorough knowledge of a matter before sitting down with somebody to discuss it.
So
A difference of opinion.
you've not had a hearing before the Enfield board?
There's
that
no one.
That you personally,
That is correct.
okay,
Their
but there
process
was a
is-
hearing.
Oh, we're the here.
I submitted an abatement request. Enfield considered that abatement request and reduced my assessment by $10,000.
This is a substantive appeal to the commissioners of that.
Correct,
And then
All right.
the procedure they follow is you appeal to the commissioners.
correct. They don't have an in-house or, I mean, it's their own appeal committee. So the applicant has to go through the town first. That's the state law.
If they have their own board, they go to Superior Court.
Right. And then if they're not happy with us, they can go to Superior, yes.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
But there has been action by the town on the abatement request.
Correct. And you asked about property cards for the property that abuts mine. And the second P in the pod, the second P in the pod's property card is in Enfield's evidence package.
Okay.
It clearly shows it has tree growth land, and it clearly shows that the 2 acres not in tree growth are designated base lots.
Okay, thank you, duly noted.
And here's the larger version, property card. It clearly shows all but 5 acres are in tree growth or class 2 road. And it clearly shows the 5 acres are treated as one base lot.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions before we?
I just have one comment.
Okay.
I would like to clarify that we have addressed Mr. Moison's questions to the extent that we are able to. Similar to an FOA request, if the document does not exist, if there's no actual calculated worksheet, then we would not be able to provide something that doesn't exist. And with our software, we've provided all of the tax cards dating back, and we're able to collect those from 2022. So it's not something we traditionally have printed out. The software saves those 3 standard years that we would be able to go back on and issue a tax bill in full, and then we just move forward with the record.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, anything further? Seeing none, at this point, we will end the hearing and then determine how we will proceed. So the hearing portion is now concluded. What is the commission's recommendation as to how we, I think we need some time.
I think we need some time to go through this and
So
Too small, maybe the first meeting in July.
I think because of the nature of this, it may be into next month before we would be prepared to render a judgment. So I just wanted to make that clear so that no one has an expectation that next meeting we may be prepared to take this. We will probably need some time. So we'll notify both parties accordingly so that you're not left hanging. But I appreciate the time that you've spent explaining this to us, and we will take it under advisement now and render our decision accordingly.
Commissioners, thank you very much for your time. and
Thank you
attention and
for your
consideration.
cooperation. and-
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, why don't we take just a brief break? A brief break. We'll reconvene
Some of the easy stuff here.
Yeah. We on now?
Yes.
Okay, we are back for the third act of the 2025, June 3rd, County Commissioners meeting. At this point, we have the unorganized territory director and his very capable assistant with us. Do you want to talk about extermination or anything like that, or you just
No,
want?
I think I'm talked out on that.
Okay.
We're looking at an Old Town ambulance contract. We do a contract for ambulance only for the town of Argyle with Old Town, have for years. We are looking at about a $3,800 increase this year over last, which is a fair and equitable increase for that many houses. As you know, Argyle is one of our busier towns as far as number of homes. So we were really pleased that they didn't raise us any more than that, and hoping that you guys would approve and vote to have Scott sign that agreement.
What is the total contract? And this is a one-year contract, I'm assuming.
$29,897. It's a one-year contract.
So it was around 26 before?
Yeah,
Okay.
25 and change.
Yeah, so a little over 12%.
Yeah.
All right.
Would move approval.
I have a motion for approval. Second. I have a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous of those present. It would be interesting, Tina, in your spare time, if we just had a spreadsheet that listed all these contracts. Do we have such a?
It's on my email somewhere
Okay.
with it, yeah.
We can send it direct if you want.
No, that's fine. If
Yeah, I like a quick reference, you know.
Wow, is that a bus I just seen?
I'm just throwing you under the bus.
George, we got 16 of these contracts? How many?
16? You'd be
There's,
lucky if there's only 16.
there's 9 fire contracts and 5 ambulance contracts. And I don't know how many solid waste contracts and so on and so forth.
14.
14.
And then we have plowing contracts.
No, I'm
and
just
mowing
talking
contracts.
about the fire and.
Yeah.
14 aggregate.
The thing you see us in front of you often for fire and ambulance is most of these guys won't do a multi-year contract. Because the business is changing so fast.
Yeah,
And so we're lucky to get the one-year contract.
we
at
used to
slight
have like
increase.
3 years, didn't we?
We always had a 3-year contract, and we had some with 5-year contracts, so.
Yeah.
We've been fortunate, but up until COVID, everything changed.
Yeah,
If
so-
you're not asking for a
East
per
Milton-
contract increase in your pay, we're okay.
Medway went with who, Lee or Lincoln?
Medway went on their own.
Who did Lee go with? Was it Lincoln?
Lee took Mattawamkeag.
Oh, that's it, not one case. Okay.
Do you want a diagram on all this?
No, I just knew that it happened just a week or so ago, right?
Yeah, it just happened a bit ago. They just signed a contract.
I keep track of my district.
Good for you, I'm proud of you.
All right.
Somebody needs to. An ambulance contract for the town of
All
Millinocket.
right, well, Town of Millinocket, we'll discuss both at the same time, fire and ambulance. It should be one contract, but we break it apart because of the 2 differences in what it costs to operate both apparatus. So we had a long negotiation of 10 months last year to try to get to a contract. They were trying to gather information. They had a new fire chief, so we had an increase last year. This year, they had documented information of every fire and ambulance call they went, the staff, the personnel, the cost. And it looks like it's about between the 2 together, it's about a $15,000 increase. Ambulance went down and fire went up.
Okay,
So the 2 different contracts changed. But I couldn't argue their cost, their expense, and our opportunity to get in now. And hopefully then only see smaller increases each year.
You know, these originally, George, were different years. Now they're in the same year.
The
now?
same year, yeah,
Okay, that's good.
yeah. We've been very fortunate to work with the new chief up there. It's been very
Yeah,
good to work
Jonathan
with.
Cody's
Yeah.
done a great job of
good. Just out of curiosity, more globally, do we now have a clause that references how long notice has to be given before a contract is canceled?
Each of these contracts some have 60 days and some have 90 days right out.
Do you think that that's in the environment we're in helpful, or should there be a longer life on those
That's
contracts?
definitely a topic.
just food for thought.
I hadn't even thought about extending that to a 6-month ride out.
Well, the other reason, we need to make sure there's at least a continuity of service.
That and, you know, frankly, we need to give some of
Proper.
these,
Proper time to
yeah.
find alternatives.
Well, it makes sense to do that with fire and ambulance.
I would think that seasonally, you probably have a good relationship with your plow and mow contractor, but, you know, just to make, if we're gonna go on a 1-year basis, I mean, I've signed contracts where you've gotta give a 12-month notice if you're gonna change things, which may be a little
I think
excessive.
that clause probably makes sense when they're 3-year contracts. I don't even think we should have a clause with a 1-year contract.
Okay, you sign it, you keep it.
A 1-year contract, I don't think they are having out.
Well, I think that it would be helpful to know if they're not going to renew.
Renew, that's different than, you're giving them out for 90 days, they can get out of the contract in 90 days.
But we may want legal to take a look at that and compare it to some other contractual arrangements, just to say, if we're talking about necessary public services, should there be a longer, or should there be different terminology in the contracts for citing that
It's
period?
worth exploring, it sure is, yeah. And I like the idea of, with a 1-year contract, why would we want to
I mean,
write out?
obviously, this is already agreed to, this year's fine, but going forward, I think we should look.
Right, but going forward.
Renewal, could be renewal.
Yep.
And I tried to talk him into doing a 3-year contract with CPIs in them, and that wasn't acceptable at the time either, so.
We're gonna probably want to do a spring cleaning on most of our contracts. And not that we don't appreciate what people have provided us in the past, but the world is changing, and as we experienced with one municipality that created a somewhat chaotic experience.
And we're working to make some justifications in the way we handle things going forward,
Yeah,
grants going
this
forward.
might be a great discussion topic for a county commissioners association too.
It probably would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I mention that we have a commissioners convention in September that?
Several times, yeah.
Okay,
I think you
good,
did.
Good.
But anyway, so Millinocket, we were pleased that it seems like a large increase, but overall, it's gonna get us in the right ballpark moving forward, so that now you should see smaller increases like we have on our other contracts. We should see smaller increases each year.
Once those figures were supplied to us, and we realized that it was, those figures were not askew.
Right.
They were representative of other communities that had big jumps.
Yeah.
Now that that's stabilized and going forward, hopefully, particularly with regionalization, will help to stabilize future costs, give us greater stability and provide more dependable service for the entire region, rather than this volatile situation we've seen happen up in Oaxaca.
It's been,
Other
it's been-
situations.
It's been 3 struggling years to try to keep up with increases in fire and ambulance.
Well, I personally want to thank both you, Tina, and the commissioner for the time you've spent in understanding this and negotiating. So I think it's healthy for us to have the dialogue rather than make presumptions on both sides.
We're very fortunate that we have a line of communication with all the fire chiefs and most of the town managers. We speak to them regularly and find out how things are going, stop in and see them when we're in the area. And I think it's helped us stay in front of what's coming next.
Sure.
So, like tonight, we have a meeting with the town of Alton to talk about that fire contract.
So you're kind of like the canary in the coal mine.
I feel that way. When I leave the building, I do.
All right, so I believe we have a pending motion for the town of Millinocket ambulance service contract, or ambulance and fire service contract.
Both, vote on them individually if you would like. They're 2 individual
Oh, I think we
contracts.
can put them in together.
Okay?
We'll loop them together.
You have a motion?
I'm over, we approve Millinocket Fire and Ambulance Service contracts.
Second.
Have a motion, a second, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous of those present. Fire agreement, we've just talked about. Cannabis ordinance and application.
We're not looking for a vote of any kind today, but we want to bring you up to speed with, we finally have a draft of what was our proposed cannabis ordinance now.
Okay.
We've worked with the Office of Cannabis Policy at length. Redmond and Winchell has a lawyer named Scott Lever that
has worked for the last 6 months with us, trying to develop this. And he's their specialist for cannabis for many, many towns. He's done this for several towns. So I did look at the boilerplate. The law is the law, and the way the structure is, the boilerplate's there. Tina and I just made sure that it referenced county instead of town, and 2 or 3 other individual things. The one reason I brought it to your attention today is we'll have to have a public hearing, so I'll need to know. Next meeting, we'd like to have a public hearing to have this and then opt in. This would be referring to adult use or Adult recreational? use cannabis, it covers medical use cannabis. It does, okay. However, in the unorganized territories, you can have a medical use cannabis without the county commissioners opting in.
What about recreational?
But adult use, recreational, you guys will have to opt in to have that. And that's what we're looking at today is if you vote to opt in, not today, but if you vote to opt in after a public hearing, then this policy would be in effect. And this application would be in effect, and those prices would be in effect.
Do you get to analyze these applications, George? Or are we contracting this out?
He analyzes the product.
LUPC and the Office of Cannabis Policy sets all the rules and regulations. Our only job is, like with liquor licenses, is to make sure that there was no problems over the last year.
Kind of, yeah.
And therefore, you guys say, well, okay, so do we want to continue this license every year? It's the same as a liquor license, our responsibility. We don't have to inspect the facility, though we are authorized to. But LUPC and Office of Cannabis Policy is going to manage the business, which takes it all out of our hands. Which is what brings me to the only other county that has an official ordinance is Piscataquis County for their unorganized territories. And they have one adult use facility that they manage. But we've got these prices in here because this is what a lot of the organizational towns did, the organized towns did. And I just wanted to question if you wanted to stay with like $5,000 for a cannabis store in Piscataquis County. They do $2,000 if it's a store under 2,000 square feet, and $3,000 if it's a store over 2,000 square feet. They broke it up a little bit. It just seemed to me like you may want to review that we don't put too big a price on this, because our amount of work isn't going to be as much as the Office of Cannabis Policy.
Where does the revenue go to?
It's the same as the liquor license revenue. It goes to our Department 14.
So this is revenue that comes to the county?
To the county, yeah.
And it's purely a license fee, there is no taxation that derives like revenue?
Not yet, no, but there is conversation that might happen, but not yet.
Big may fly too.
Have we had any requests from anybody?
We do. That's what pushed us to bring this attention. We've had a request about 6 months ago, and they've done everything they can to get themselves ready for this.
What's the location of it?
Just outside of Millinocket.
So if we don't have this in place, it's not a default where they can automatically open, they have to have something, we can't.
They already have a medical.
Is that the one on 57?
No, it's,
Right off the highway?
it's out in the back, out behind. It's out in the back, it's out, it's off the Stacyville Road almost.
It's out there.
It's almost off the Stacyville Road down that
Well,
area.
that's just, this is another place right at that intersection of, the Stacyville Road.
Yeah,
Oh, which end?
way out towards the Sawmill Diner.
I'm sure he'd
okay,
take you there and let
I
you
can't,
tour it.
I can't think of the name of the road it's on, but it's in the back. It's 1 foot from the Millinocket Town Line.
You have to go through a trailer
Okay.
park.
That's the Kelly's Trailer Park.
Yeah, way out in there, yeah.
So this just covers retail, it doesn't cover growth facilities or?
Yes, this covers all of it.
Okay.
Whether you want gross, and you could opt out of those, you know, if you vote to opt in, you can vote to opt in to allow these different things, and some you don't have
Oh,
to
you
allow.
opt in to allow, so if you don't state them, they're not allowed, you have to opt in. to
Right,
allow.
if you don't state it in the opt-in.
That was the recreational use was,
Okay.
instead of automatically,
Yeah.
each municipality had to opt in and have a ordinance in place, so. Unlike fireworks.
So today, and there's one other thing in the ordinance that it took the lawyer a while to figure out what we have to do, because in organized towns, if you disagree with the decision made by the Board of Selectmen or the City Council, you can go to the Board of Appeals. We don't have a Board of Appeals. So in the last article, on the last page, near the signature page, Article 15, it talks about they'd have to go to court to appeal, Superior Court. Okay.
That's the only change that we had to really struggle to figure out.
So at this point, there's two things to consider. A, whether we would tier the fee, and then whether we would approve the ordinance.
What you wanted to allow.
Oh,
And we can write up, I mean, I don't see, adult use cannabis is what we're looking at, so you have to allow that if you opted in. And then retail, which is adult use cannabis retail, you pretty much have to accept that. Cultivation is a separate side, it's a whole different permit. Manufacturing and testing facilities, so those are the things you can opt in on. Social clubs are not allowed.
no, they're not. They were originally.
Are there different licenses for each one of those
Yes,
aspects?
license
of the state
fees,
that-
yeah.
Okay.
It seems to me, this applicant wants to have a retail recreational shop in the UT, but he's adjacent to Mill and Oshman. It seems generally, if somebody wants to have something in the UT, you probably want to have a cultivation facility, because the cost of land and what you need for building, you could put a UT versus an organized territory, organized town, would be a lot more economical.
That's what we expected, but this is the first application we've been requesting.
Okay.
So next meeting, we'd like to have a public hearing. I don't know if you want to make any decisions now on the pricing for the license.
I think we'd probably do that after the hearing.
Yeah, let's do the hearing.
Do the hearing and then see? Okay.
Yep.
Is that enough time to advertise a public hearing? or-
Yeah, we need 7 days.
Okay. So let it be written.
Yeah. And the people who have applied already will be at the public hearing to explain their side of the deal as well. They've been great to work with.
Super. Glad to hear that. Look forward to your public hearing.
All right, thank you.
Anything else you wanted? No?
No, I
That's
can
enough?
go on all day if you want.
We almost have.
Bring it brownies.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take a break. Okay, go ahead. We were gonna have IT come up and open the, okay. You're okay if we start opening?
Go ahead, open.
Okay. Hello, Brandon.
Yes, we had
Thanks for your
quite,
patience.
we had quite the turnout.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got one here, yeah.
Yeah, I've got one.
okay. At this point, I think we are prepared to open the RFPs for website redesign. First up,
Yeah, if we can try to keep the packaging and all it
Yeah.
together, but we'll figure it out afterwards.
We're gonna
if
put
we
the
have to.
name on it.
oh,
Yeah.
we'll figure it out.
Okay.
What,
Here it is.
Thank
There it
you.
is.
There's number
Maybe-
one.
Now find, maybe help them find the next one, if a Danny, Trump commissioner might help.
So at this point,
Okay.
it looks like Invictus, which is number 17 on the list of West Windsor, New Jersey.
Yep.
And it appears that their total project cost covered, associated with designing, developing, and implementing a new website and platform is $14,000.
Even?
$14,000 even is the bright green number I see here.
Okay.
Next up,
This goes with it.
bring me two, because you're slow.
Oh,
Is from Finally Free Productions, which is number 6 on the hit list. Number 6 says, bring it up here, $18,632.
18632,
That is correct.
yep.
Next up is Planetaria Media, which appears to be missing from the list.
21.
21.
Oh, there's a second page,
There is.
21. And they are very proud of their company. Apparently, oh, here's the price.
left it sideways because they have all kinds of papers with numbers.
All he needs these two, right? That's all he needs.
It is a little complicated here. Design and development total appears to be $65,000. And then there is a hosting component here. Apparently they think we're Berkshire Hathaway is. There's a small, medium, large, and extra large.
Okay.
Okay, next up is cost proposal from Black Dog.
4.
Number 4, Black Dog. Appears to be hourly cost chart.
It was right down top.
Somewhere, was it?
Yeah,
Oh,
back one.
a back one?
No,
This way?
right there. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Website design, website development. I assume that those are two different figures that should be combined. Website design shows as $11,200. Website development, $14,400. Next up is nice picture, no name. Did you see, is there a front cover? Oh, look at that. Brand Dignity, Brand Dignity. Proposal? Let's see that one. Brand Dignity.
What town are they from?
Yeah.
They're out of Naples, Florida.
Oh, yeah, that's on number 22.
Okay.
Naples, Florida. Nice place to live. Okay, they've got their name here. Masicha, I apologize if I butchered this name, but Masicha Fita.
Sounds good.
Base project cost, $19,000. Here's the next one. Andrew Wright Design, cost breakdown for Andrew Wright, who is number Andrew, where are you from?
Town.
Yuma, Arizona.
Must be number 7.
Yep.
Number 7, Bonnie Wright. Oh, that's Andrew's partner. Appears to be a cost of $20,000. And monthly maintenance of $500. Next up, I think we're halfway through.
Not quite.
Not quite? Okay. This is Performant Software.
Half of a half, maybe.
Okay,
This
that's Performant Software.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Where are they from?
Okay,
Newmarket, Maryland. Yeah, number 8.
but that says permanent software, it doesn't say Performant.
Oh, I thought.
I
Where
have
they
Performant, I'm looking here for where they're from.
from? Guessing it's gotta be pretty dark.
Jeremy Alexander is the name on the email.
Really bad.
It just got typed in wrong.
It may be
Yeah.
typed in wrong, that could be.
Yeah.
It's way too different.
indication of where they're from, or?
Not so far, they're on the internet though.
Oh, well, that's good.
And
Being
website?
in the website development, it's a start. They get 1 point.
Performant.software is their website. I'm gonna go with what you figure, it's probably Performant is permanent. And we're gonna say that their quote is a total fixed fee of $15,000. And we have the next guest.
Geez, they really don't want you to know anything.
You can pass it back.
Well, contact.
I got them all lined up.
Just,
All right.
yeah,
Okay, I got the box.
probably.
Binet Systems, number 9. Binet Systems
Yep.
is total estimated labor plus 10% contingency, grand total, $52,580. Or remind IT that they wrote a spectacular RFP that caught the interest of a lot of talented people. Next up, Andy Sites.
Number 20.
Thank you. Number 20, Andy Sites, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Their quote,
Go Heels.
$57,900.
Howie Kaz.
Yeah, yeah, he doesn't have much good to say about him.
Whoops.
Cooper went to the wrong school.
Now our friends from All Around Creative.
10.
You're getting good at this. It's kind of like the license plate game, isn't
It's
it?
like bingo.
I just guessed.
It's like bingo.
Their total website cost, $29,245.
Brian's back there, he's not even playing.
Nope.
Party pooper, party pooper.
Oh, it comes down to what's going on.
Oh, it does, okay.
Yep.
I'll just stick it in this one since we don't need to do.
Sure, I can stick it in there, you keep going.
Yeah. We'll be done by that.
Are we halfway done yet?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It'll be close.
10, pretty close, couple more.
Romanelli.
Dumping on the floor,
Romanelli.
dumping on the floor.
What town are they from?
Verona, Kentucky.
Yeah, 19.
Here we go. Richard Tombelli,
Yep.
rhymed with Romanelli.
Mhm.
His price, basic website design, $17,500. Mobile app phase to be scoped separately at $8,500 plus. Ongoing maintenance, $250 a month. Doesn't say anything about hosting, but I'm guessing 17.5 plus is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Our next contestant, Inherent from San Francisco, California. Number 3 on the hit parade. Inherent has provided us a quote for website design, SEO, CMS, and app development of $24,750. We're gonna get one heck of a website for some of these guys.
I hope so. Just apply to these.
Okay, Ask the Egghead. Washington DC.
Was it 69?
200 Mass Ave,
I mean, it might be on
Washington DC.
Yeah, that one I don't see.
Is that an IT one? or-
Ask the Egghead, full-service WordPress web development and digital marketing agency.
Did you find the
Pass, we have enough. I think
Pardon
that's
me?
what you gotta do though.
Ask the Egghead,
Yeah, I don't see that one on our
I don't
list.
see.
Nobody picked up.
I'm,
What's on the
So
envelope?
the envelope says, Steve May.
Steve May?
18.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go, we found him. Steve May has offered to do this at $28,485. And 10 pounds of lobster. No. Planning, and discovery, design, so they break it down, but that seems to be the magic number.
How many do we have today? How many do we got in today?
25.
Wow. You're gonna have a lot of fun. You're gonna be busy.
Can we get an answer back by Friday on
We're gonna defer to you on.
live web
Still don't see
media?
a price.
There's no price?
So it's a video.
Live web media, which is based out of Laguna Beach, California. Number 2, Alan Kevorkian, uncertain,
Related to your doctor.
I don't know, Laguna Beach, Florida. Option 1, option 2, option 3, so we span from option 1, 12,500, option 2, full county upgrade, 22,500, and option 3, web and mobile app, 29,500. Want cheese with that? Penobscot County by Severe Solutions.
Where is it from?
Great question. The web. Severe Solutions of, well, there's a Latasha Rivas as the CEO. Number 1, Latasha, there you go.
Severe solutions.
And Natasha's offered us this incredible deal of $25,250. Is that it?
No.
Well, my desk was empty.
Oh, I just.
Exemplify.
12.
97,500.
97.5?
$97,500.
Californians. Yeah, no, there was, oh no, that wasn't affordable.
Jacob Garcia, I think.
Oh, I like this, it's like 6 pages.
Yeah.
So,
Binary build-up response RFP.
Still don't see a price.
Pomona, California,
11,
Jacob Garcia.
binary code.
Yeah,
Yep.
binary buildup, that's them. Website redesign and full scope implementation shows us $25,000.
The range here on these things.
What's the range? These guys, what'd I say? Binary, 25K. Oh, this is even shorter.
Oh, the package is over here in the box.
Oh, okay.
You don't want that. Yeah.
This is from the best way to build government websites, which is interpersonal frequency
14.
Harris Rao. $79,000. We're in the wrong business.
Those
right now.
Confederate dollars or American?
Might be Bitcoin.
That's a Southern company.
The deciding factor, which is, the deciding factor, Karen Holzer, President and CEO.
is that Milford, Ohio?
No, they live on the internet.
Or is it Syracuse, New York?
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
Deciding factor,
Well, where are they from?
just an internet address. Why would a tech company give you a physical address?
What does it say on the?
What was it on the
On the
end?
packaging, it came from Milford, Ohio.
Milford, Ohio, we have the
The
winner.
winning bid is
Got a winner.
Milford, Ohio.
For the
I mean, the
record,
winning,
I'll get first choice
There you
the
go.
winning license plate, not.
There it is, I found it.
$85,000,
Oh, yeah, no.
not the highest so far. Okay,
Good question.
you guys go to lunch?
Is anybody still on there watching?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're on.
Seven, I think I'm one of them. I know Jen's one.
At your leisure, whichever you'd like to.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, that's okay, no problem.
All right,
No
I thought-
rush, no rush.
I thought having the treasurer involved was supposed to speed the process up.
Revise,
We're
they're
trying to find
reading
out.
through these things.
This one's 23.
23,
Yeah.
Hemispherial space.
total project cost,
I'm
with
telling.
lots of numbers here, is 13,600.
Okay.
13,600.
$13,600.
I believe they also had a yearly pricing breakdown as well, that you could do it over a 5-year contract.
There's a thumb drive there, which you're welcome to plug into your computer.
I'll be honest, I've talked to them previously,
Okay,
so I'm a little bit more familiar with them.
understood. Okay, very nice, 2 pages, one of which is just graphics.
Oh, no, that,
Oh, I'm sorry,
Hey,
I'm sorry.
You want the
Again,
big
I'm
package
foolishly
there?
You wanna
missing-
Huh?
see?
It's all full.
Thank you for digging through that for me. I believe
Can we
it's
do this one?
Hemistiero.
Indigo to Columbia.
Oh, is this out of Columbia?
It's all in English, but it could be.
Oh, is that the one that came through customs?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
it's,
box says it came from,
We did that one.
yeah, it came from Bogota.
Yeah,
Good talk, go on.
last one.
Yeah, 'cause-
RFP from Bogota. You didn't want to try that one, huh? Probably didn't tell you on the package, so.
it's 42,000.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's 42,000 US. Did we require the RFP to be in US dollars?
I did not specify that, but I
Okay.
did say that they should be legally allowed to work within the United States and the state of
That's
Maine.
true, yeah.
Okay. Design theory.
16.
Hey, all right. She's still in the game. How many of you won so far?
I think 3.
$17,500. Pricing proposal from Civic Plus.
13.
What?
I'm just guessing, there was only, I got a 30,
No,
33.
18.5.
No.
18.5.
No,
No, hold it, no, where are they
But,
from?
yeah, where are they from?
first letter of the town is L.
Oh.
Lenexa.
15.
Oh, Lenexa, Kansas, yeah.
There you go.
BJ McIntosh.
Civic Plus from Lenexa, Kansas.
Yep.
Total investment, $29,795.40. I think we've gotten our first
Seriously?
Hold
Okay.
it.
I think they just did.
What's the
city-based.
dividend?
annual
What's the dividend?
recurring services, $10,917. So I
Oh,
assume
you
that's
thought
the
it
hosting
was
service.
the Y? Oh, okay, well, I guess it isn't.
What did you say, 179, 29?
29,794, 795.40.
Yep. Okay, GHD,
I would assume that's 13.
Syracuse, New York.
Syracuse from New York, yes.
I think it's 5 for me.
Okay. Total one-time fee, $28,981. Annual cost, $7,025.
I missed
All right, we should have one hole left, right?
Probably.
One blank space?
it. Yes.
All right.
This
No
appears
24.
to be Shelley Son, Sutherland Weston. What number are they?
24.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there's the other.
Yeah, I'll take everything.
Project budget breakdown. Total project budget, $12,000, which includes planning, design, development, content, migration, training, and support. Discovery, planning, and project is broken down fairly simply here. There must be something wrong if we can understand these. Okay, You wanna vote on which one we wanna give to him?
97,000.
Get a recommendation?
Okay. That will be reflected in your budget request next year.
It's gonna be, I just know someone's gonna have some work over the weekend.
Yeah, my current recommendation is to take these under advisement.
I think that's a very wise
I'm gonna
recommendation.
go with you on that one.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Marshall, seconded by Commissioner Tremble, to take these under advisement and have IT due diligence. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Done, okay. Well, guess what, we're getting to the end of,
Did you want me to?
did you have anything else for us today, Mr. Tenney?
Well, I don't believe I do personally. However, I want to say under Mr. Atkins here, he had the update on the future meetings. I don't know if he wants me to be a part of that discussion at all.
Why don't we, without objection, just briefly discuss the administrator's recommendation on moving down to the probate court on a Wednesday?
Yes, so basically that was an announcement to those that are listening. I believe, did we put something on the website yet?
Not yet,
We're going to. The plan is still after the 17th of June, that IT will go down and test the equipment and will be prepared for July 2nd.
Second.
July 2nd?
July
It's
2nd.
the first Wednesday in July at 11.
Are there any complications during July for the commission to meet on Wednesdays at 11 or 10?
No, we've already gone over that previously, everybody's schedule, we worked around, and nothing with probate. I recall, and I'll have to get back with the register, but there was something in either August or September that had been previously, I said we could probably work around
I
the
think
time
that
on
was
that.
maybe the MCCA meeting?
That was a probate court item.
Oh,
The
okay.
court itself was being used that day.
On the 6th or the 20th? One of those.
I don't recall which
Okay.
day, and I'm not sure, I don't think she did tell me specifically.
That's fine.
It was in conversation, I'll get back to her, yeah.
Yep.
I said we
Okay.
could probably work around it.
Yeah. Go out to lunch. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
unless you
okay.
have any overriding concerns, thank you and
Yep, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
appreciate it.
Go over. You get time later this afternoon, pop over? I'll let you know when I'm back.
Yeah, just give me a call.
July
Yeah.
2nd.
July
Well,
2nd, I believe, is 11 a.m. Is that
Yeah.
9 or 11?
11?
Some
Bless you.
issues
Thank you.
with this Catholic
Okay.
contract or.
Oh, I'm aware of that,
Okay,
yeah.
I want to get your, okay, yeah. we'll
Yeah, I'm
talk.
actually going up tomorrow to also deal with that.
Oh, you are? Okay, we'll talk then, yep. All right, thanks.
Yep.
Okay. I believe at this point, Mr. McDonald is
McDonald?
scheduled to come up and visit with us again. Been a fun-filled day, Brian.
Sure has been.
Now, can you explain to us the difference between linen white and eggshell? and-
No. I know there are so many different colors of white,
Oh, my God.
you would be amazed.
Hi,
Hi.
No,
Attorney Mike, did you wish to speak about a secure storage area since you took the time to provide us some documentation?
Well, I just, I think what you have in front of you are three different, what about this? Three different options.
Do you have a preference?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a preference?
Not really. My only concern with, if we fence off all of the, if we go around the perimeter of that entire lot in the back, I foresee some possibility of issues with either the city or our plow contractor. And it would just have to be figured out, how to deal with.
Would a gate be?
Yeah, Scott has mentioned a gate, front and back. With that, I think back to a couple of years ago, we were considering putting a fence around the old YMCA and with gates, but we felt like it would only keep out the honest people, and the police would not take the time to get, and this isn't a knock on any policeman or anything, but, or person, but, they just wouldn't take the time to get out of their car, unlock the gate, drive through, get back in the car, and it just adds to
Complexities.
yeah, it just makes it a little more complex. With the plowing, there's always we could always figure something out. And the city really only goes back there really in the spring and any time they have work to do on the trail. So that it wouldn't be a constant thing, but I do see a possibility of having a couple of issues.
Have you investigated whether there is, we're in the big city now, any ordinances related to getting a permit to put a fence up on your own property?
I have not gone that far.
Because apparently there's an ordinance related to vermin that
Well, and I didn't comment at the time, but if we can jump back to that a little bit, the city did send us a list of lack of a better term, hoops that we had to jump through to get that building, to get the demo permits, et cetera. And
Right.
I don't recall, we didn't do any type of pest control. And if it were on the list, we would have.
Sure.
So,
I think it was a renewal requirement.
could have been.
and
The Fed's helping out too.
Oh, yeah.
again,
I call Buddy Gas and check on that.
there were, now's not the time for this, I don't think, unless you want to, but I have a list of comments about the previous Y building and the issues being experienced by one of our neighbors. But with regards to out back, it really doesn't matter. Whatever we do, we, not only me, but the people that work in my department will play the hand as dealt. So I just provided the 3 different scenarios, just something to give a number and to something to consider. And actually, as I think of it, I can't even remember what the middle one is. I know one is a whole perimeter, one's off to the side, and I imagine the third one's, kind of cuts it in the middle, but.
It doesn't include, it looks like it excludes like a lot of the parking where the older sheriff vehicles are. So.
I would see that the next step would be get a couple of people to come in and measure and give us prices to see what each.
Are we still considering this as a temporary or permanent structure?
The structure itself would be temporary.
Okay.
Because of a long list of issues with making it permanent.
And we could relocate it if we needed to put it in.
Correct. And the only thing that would make anything temporary, I believe we're looking at a fence that would be temporary. Not like a construction fence or anything, but something that's in the ground and surrounding whatever we have back there. That, to me, that's the only thing that would be permanent, would be the fence.
Okay.
Yeah, when we first started talking about this, and I visualized it would be in the back of the lot. Looking at the sketches, I kind of think the one in the mid part of the lot makes more sense. I just see not so much issues with plowing with the city, but with unhoused population ending up down behind it. If it's at the back of the lot, I could see some encampments sprouting up down, the tents sprouting up. Where if we had it up there, I don't think that.
Do you have any experience with encampments?
No, I don't know. We had any problem, but this could encourage it.
And it's a similar issue that we considered with the old YMCA property. If we put the fence around the entire property, people would get in there and they created encampments up there without the fence, and there's one up there now, but.
Is it on that private property where they previously had?
It is, mostly. I think some of their storage, for lack of a better word, is in the corner of our parking lot. But I believe the corner of the area where they're living, is on that other person's lot. And I forget his name, but it's on Ohio Street, actually.
Doctor, I think.
It's a doctor from down in the Portland area, yes.
He bought the lot that we had considered acquiring when the property was
Yes.
prior. Anyway,
Commissioner, is this the one you're referring to?
I can't see.
yeah,
Oh.
looks like it.
Yeah,
It's not the entire lot, but,
right.
That's the one he's talking about.
yeah, that is still proposed to go all the way down to the back, it just doesn't come up towards the building as far. I would recommend,
No, I was talking about the one where it's actually like in the middle part of it. The third sketch.
oh, this one?
Which one are you talking, 1, 2, or 3?
Yeah, three.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it doesn't, there's gonna be issues probably where we put it.
I'm somewhat nonplussed, I just think whatever is suitable and appropriate after you had some folks come look at fencing and maybe we even ask our plow guy for his input.
Yeah, whatever we decide, I do,
Because we'll need plowing within that as well, or are you gonna use the tractor to plow that?
yes.
Okay,
It could be either or a combination of that and snow blowers
or
and
you
things.
could use the tractor to plow it.
Correct, I mean, that is one of the potential uses we've talked about, not so much for plowing around our lot, but our plow contractor does a decent job of coming back after storms and moving snow. Honestly, sometimes we are our own worst enemy in helping him. We don't get vehicles moved in time, so a tractor with a bucket would be helpful to us to help him, just basically help us manage during the winter months.
Okay. All right, so do we have any action that we want to take today, or do we?
Yep, I'd like to see us put out here's my recommendation, I'd like to see permission to put out an RFP for fencing prices on each one of the designs. However, I agree with Commissioner Tremble, and for another reason is in fencing off that back area, I think if we come up towards the building a little bit further, and I don't know how far, Brian and I may have to take a walk down there, but to leave that more open, so essentially when you go, if you went through that back gate, then you could push snow this way, you could push snow that way, you could push snow forward. And if there was something that you wanted to store back there that wasn't that valuable, I guess you could still use the area, during the summertime.
How much parking do we consume with this design?
So the parking that you're seeing is already being consumed by the patrol vehicles that are down there. And I think if this area was organized a little bit better, it might open up to it. I don't think we're gonna lose any parking. But I think, and so two other points. One, I agree, we should ask the plow contractor about moving snow down there and whether he's got equipment or the ability to push snow through if we roof over two Connex boxes. And whether the sheriff wants his vehicles within that lot. And then between the price and them may help us decide, we have the pricing on the three options, and then that might help us decide which one we want to go with.
Okay. All right. Works? Okay, works for you, Commissioner Marshall?
It does.
Okay,
No, I'm gonna go with whatever you guys decide.
all right. Is that a nebulous enough answer?
One of them, Brian, yours off.
You and Scott can figure it out.
Okay. So what we're authorizing is an RFP for fencing of the prescribed area, whatever that may be. Okay,
That one's been misstated.
your magnetic
Do we need a
personality.
vote on it?
Do we need a vote?
I don't think to go to, unless you want to, I don't think to go to RFP, unless somebody has real objections and wants to, but.
Of those present and voting, I don't think there's anyone that has an objection.
Yeah.
Okay.
right there.
Anything else of relevance you would care to share with us? We're holding up 3 very talented ladies in the process.
Still waiting for Joshua on the drawings, right?
I am.
We got an RFP out for the HVAC.
We did
So-
put that out.
Drawings for Chelsea was on the,
I do have a preliminary done for what this space might look like. I still have to, there are at least 2 options in this space. I've only started on the first option. I haven't finished the second one yet, that one. And then with, forget the layout here, that she also wants a possibility of some office furniture in the opposite side from where she sits. So I don't have that done yet either, so. But I will have those, I can have those done soon. I am waiting for Joshua. He did say June 1st. I haven't spoke with him since last week, so.
Okay.
But once those are done, we'll put out the RFP for the Franklin Street work as well.
how are we with coming along, with getting a vendor to come in and do some work, such as in here, or the deeds, probate, the deeds counter?
I met, or haven't met with, the contact that you gave us. I spoke with him several times, and we had made plans to meet the following day, and he didn't show up. So I haven't been back in touch with him yet.
You want to send a deputy, or?
I could use all the help I can get. I have other people that I've talked to. It's just been a struggle getting them to be here.
Okay, well,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you.
That it? Okay. Appreciate it. Go forth, do whatever is important. Here comes the HR team.
Thanks, Brian.
Ladies, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for joining us. What great news do you bring?
So if you recall last fall, I came to you and talked about the potential for needing software to help manage HR functions. So my staff and I have spent the last 5 months, hours worth of demos and vendor vetting and things, and we've kind of narrowed it down to the vendor we like, which is a current vendor for our
Okay.
payroll. So I'm not gonna go through this whole thing in your packet because it's late and we're all tired, I'm sure. Obviously, there's a cost associated, in addition to what we're paying for the payroll service. It would be like an additional $60,000 per year. I'm sure you have plenty of questions, but I think with the growth of HR, you established a department about 6 years ago with minimal tools to do the job effectively. I have found ways to save money that would offset this cost. There's also the consideration of return on investment that relates to staff time, both with finance, because they do the county's payroll, as well as the hours that our staff put in, especially when you're talking about the benefits management for employees. We're managing employees that are having trouble with their health insurance. You generally would have a broker. The broker would enroll, make changes, billing issues. We're doing all of that in-house on paper and pens with emails. So the system would help us do it a lot better. So I think there's some cost savings that we can discuss. And so my recommendation, the company that we like would be willing to kind of give you like a 1-hour Zoom, not in this room if you don't want, but next Tuesday, because I know you guys tend to block off your Tuesdays for county business. If you're willing to hear a little bit more and have more dedicated time for questions from 12 to 1 next Tuesday.
So this is to do this in-house, and whether we do a contractual rate now at about $80,000 a year?
No, we don't currently have an HR software.
No, but I mean,
I think she said it's 60,000, is that annually?
In addition to the costs we're already spending on payroll, yeah.
all right, something else.
So on page 3,
Have you done a chat GPT to see if there's other options?
we have done plenty of research, as well as reach out to our local HR groups across the state, and this is one of the lowest costs, but it's also one of the most robust full HR systems. We're not just getting 1 or 2 modules, we're getting an entire like 12-piece.
It's like a whole band,
It is, and the reality is HR doesn't usually ask for a whole lot of things, because we're pretty small department, we don't need a lot, but this would make a huge difference in the management of HR and employee function.
So, I mean, I don't know what direction was given last year, but we'll move forward with this, but, and I know you talked about saving in hours, but it doesn't really come off the bottom line, because you're talking about reallocating those hours, you wouldn't really be reducing
correct.
anybody from the office. So, is this something that it was put into the budget to do this, or? No?
It's not in the current budget. My hope was to get it, kind of get your blessing and support to put it in the upcoming budget, as well as to consider possibly implementing this for the last quarter of this year, or start that process, because it does take a while to get software implemented.
My other issue is, I think we just need to have a uniform, I mean, we were just talking about painting a room, and how we did, got proposals for that. I mean, it sounds like we talked to a couple of people, I mean, this is a significant investment for the county, and I think it should have gone out at least to RFQs or RFPs. I mean, I don't think we should just be calling around and then narrowing it down in-house. I think there needs to be something this significant, we should be getting bids on everything. How is it, there's no uniform process to do these?
Well, there generally is, yes, and I don't disagree. This one ties in with our current investment with iSolved and payroll. So kind of ventures on that line of vendor-specific or specific vendor type situation. And again, I think today is to kind of present the idea of going into this direction. If the commissioners wish, we can go the RFP process and.
But they've already put their prices out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like,
Well, it hasn't been shared. I don't. Gives them an opportunity to sharpen their pencil as well.
So you would prefer an RFP?
well, at this point, I think it doesn't matter. I just think going forward, I think we need to have a process. This is a big contract. I just think you need to have an RFP to make it more transparent, fair to everybody that's in this business and want to do business with the county. It's just, I know we've got a relationship with this company, and that made sense to talk to them, but it just doesn't seem like what we should, as a county, what we should.
By default.
So I'm thinking it's I think we crossed that, and I think it's too late now to do an RFP.
So this has not been published?
Yeah,
I mean,
respectfully, I don't think it's too late to go an RFP process if you had any consideration, but again, if the RFPs came in, the testing of the market seemed to be that others were much more expensive.
6 figures or better.
And then this one ties in with our payroll, so.
Right, no, I think at the end of the day, you may end up in the same spot. I just think it's, like I said, if you can do it, I mean, I'm not too hung up on it now, but I just think we need a uniform policy when we're gonna be doing anything at the county, if it's, especially anything over $10,000. A paint job wasn't a big deal for a couple thousand.
Yes.
I mean, if we're talking about more countywide painting, and I think we need to do bids and make it fair to everybody that wants to do business with us.
Yeah, and we do have policies, and we do, again, this has been researched.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to do, when they wanna move into this office, it's not up to them to call Staples and say, how much is it gonna be for cubicles? We need to put it out RFP, the county.
Yes.
This is what we need, and people that do that work and bid on it. We don't need to have the staff in the county running around calling people, getting bids. It's not.
Right.
We gotta be more professional about our doing business.
So in regards to this particular issue, but I think we need to revisit what our RFP policy is for any type of substantial capital improvement or services project.
Okay, can have Brenda take a look at that and
But
come
just
back.
so everybody's aware of it, I mean,
Maybe,
you get a lot of
I
people,
don't know,
they
Glenn,
mean
what-
well, but they go, I'll go get a bid for this, well.
Yeah.
And I think people mean
Yeah,
well, but just not the rest.
The idea from my perspective is that you want to keep payroll and this together. Because if you go
But
to
we're talking about the
another
RFP,
party, then,
we're talking about the RFP process at this.
oh, the RFP process itself, again, it all depends on what we have for a project to do or a service.
I guess, let me clarify, I would ask if you and Brenda could work together to develop an updated RFP policy for the commission to look at.
We could, if you wanted us.
Yeah.
I would say
that's
even
step
at a
one.
certain, under a certain level, even under 10,000, I would think we could let the administrator make those decisions at a certain amount, so we're not getting these paint jobs downstairs, you know?
Understood.
I mean, something over 25,000 probably ought to go to a bid, I would think. I mean, we can put those in a
I think
policy,
there's
whatever.
standards in state statute related to when you have to RFP.
And I guess to me, part of this discussion should be in relation to my role and with the commissioners. Sort of, and possibly in one of our, executive session, to talk about these things. Because
Yeah.
there are other things that I'm not gonna say them today. But, we've established, I think it's more, we have the tools. We have several of the policies, it's just that we at times choose not to use them.
I
And I'm
think probably it's healthy
leave it at
for
that.
the three commissioners to have a refresher on that.
Absolutely, yes,
So-
because I'm sitting here, I'm looking at, well, we just did that like a year or so ago, but you're doing it, yeah, so, absolutely.
And I
So-
may not have paid attention as fully as I should have.
Well, and again, we went through the whole situation of, like with the painting, we'd like to have 3 quotes, 4 quotes, we just can't, Brian is still sitting here. Trying to get Brian to find a vendor, I've sent 2 or 3 people, and I mean, they'll look at me and go, Scott, I'm busy right now, but boy, I don't wanna drive to Otis, I'd rather drive to Bangor. But I guess he doesn't, cause he won't. So again, refreshers are always, and I think that's why, like I said in the prior one, I think it would be good for us to do that once in a while.
So in this, how do we move forward? I mean, this is for 2026 budget year?
So getting back, now that I think we've kind of clarified what we need to do in the RFP process, getting back to this particular request, are we saying that we would like them to, before we release publicly this information, ask for an RFP for software? And I realize you ladies.
I'm okay at this point.
You are?
With this one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Commissioner Marshall?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
The work they've done already.
Yep. I think that is respecting the time they put in, since it's been 5 months, and they got, it was all Peter's fault for not doing
That's
it.
right.
I wanted to say, why did we do that?
So here we sit. The question is, are we going to consider this for the next year's budget?
Well, I defer, I think that, Tony's, if this is something that we can, it's physically possible, and we make the determination, it's physically possible to get up and running. It's, I don't see why we couldn't move that. It's gonna facilitate HR's, servicing our personnel, and that's desirable.
And I think if you're all willing, iSolved has the detailed numbers and return on investment numbers. Mine are very rounded, that they are willing to present to you and allow you to ask them specific questions. And they've kind of blocked off some time next Tuesday if you guys are free and you want to do that.
Next Tuesday or 2 Tuesdays from now?
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
So it would just be a Zoom, you could do it from home or wherever you're.
And if we could, if you're going, if you do agree with that, which we appreciate, I would suggest that we
That'd
have.
be the 10th. That's
Correct.
fine, that's fine for me.
If we could have an executive session, like a 10, 15-minute executive session prior to that.
Because there's a
We do that by
detail on the
Zoom?
cost. Yep.
We do that by Zoom, so we'll have the executive session,
Yep,
and then we'll have the presentation.
Clarify again what time that is?
Noon to 1 next
Okay.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I've got a 1 o'clock, but I could do noon to 1.
Okay. There are some details to the cost savings that I think are best for executive session.
Yeah, the executive session, the
You picking up what I'm laying down?
11?
Okay.
Is that enough time?
Oh,
I think we could
don't,
I think we
yeah.
could all lump it right into the 12 to 1.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
12 to 1.
yeah.
Okay, so we would do the executive session following the ISO.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Previous,
Yeah. yeah.
whichever.
I just don't want to shortchange the executive session.
They just have about 6 slides they're gonna show you to kind of give you a more detailed number breakdown and what we're gonna be getting for that number.
And these are people you've dealt with in the past, right? I mean, these-
Yeah, we just switched their payroll last year, their current payroll vendor.
Current payroll. You're comfortable with them?
15, 20 minutes.
They've been super helpful with payroll, and then once we started the
That
process.
goes a long way.
So we will note a special meeting at noontime on the 10th with an executive session to follow the presentation.
Yes,
Okay?
perfect. Thank you.
All right, well, I hope that doesn't dampen your enthusiasm.
No,
No,
thank
I
you.
think,
I think
And a
so
healthy
works.
discussion here.
Good
Thank you.
presentation.
Okay. There we go.
What else we got?
I believe we have now the administrator's report, if I'm not mistaken. We have, yeah, we got the HR done. Bid openings for commercial real estate services.
we don't have any, and I received a call yesterday from Mr. Hughes regarding this, and he is more than happy to help us.
Okay, we have an
So-
existing relationship, it's a.
Yep. No bids in, so we, you
Oh, it
know,
was a bid open, so the bids,
Right.
when did this go out?
almost 2 weeks ago.
Oh, and they were due today?
Due yesterday, yeah.
So are we comfortable engaging, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, there's no fee until the transaction takes place.
I would assume so, I can get details from him, but,
That's,
yeah.
in this type, I mean, it's less complex than the option negotiations that he's done.
Yeah, I would think so.
So it's a listing which gets it out there on a broader series of platforms for consideration.
Not sure if you're in the position right now to discuss or come up with a decision, but the first question was, what are we asking for it? What do you want to do with it?
I would ask Mr. Hughes to give us his professional advice
And he
in
did.
terms of his contract, and then we can, where there's a contractual matter, we can approve that
Yeah,
in discussion and then come out and vote on,
yep.
yeah.
Might even be able to do that if there's time enough next Tuesday with at the
Yeah.
end of it, so.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him, get some answers.
All right, so we do an executive session to discuss the contract matter and then come out and,
Yeah, at the end, then, yeah.
okay?
I'm not sure, maybe, I'm 50/50 on Tuesday. Can they just do the presentation, have the executive sessions at our regular meeting? That executive session doesn't have to happen before the presentation, does it?
Yeah, I guess it could wait until, it could, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's directly related, but it's not, yeah,
Peter's touchy about those key times.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's, yeah,
No, I mean, out of respect, I think if it's not too time sensitive, but we're talking about an executive session to deal with this, and then we have the executive session to address. What was the other thing we had the executive session?
the Y property and the other item. It's hard for me, because if I say something, we're all gonna know exactly what it is.
Okay,
Yeah, it's in regards to how do we approach options for next year's health insurance?
okay. So,
I think I did okay.
It's that time of year.
Yes, that's
time of
another
year.
reason why so. So yeah, so
so
you'd
that
rather,
is a fairly significant discussion that we would
Yeah.
need Commissioner Tremble.
I think so,
Time
yeah.
sensitive?
It's not the decision on that, but
It's
there's
related.
possible potential savings from that could help you decide on this, and you wouldn't decide at that time anyways, you would listen to it. So if we just do, what you're proposing is we just do the the video, the Zoom meeting next week, no executive sessions. And then the following meeting, the regular meeting, we'll take out the executive session on what I just discussed and the Y property,
Okay,
right?
makes sense.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
so we will do the ISOM, but we won't do the exec session.
right.
All right, other timely matters that you'd like to bring to our attention? You said update on future meetings, streaming options for public.
And then the letter.
This
You wanted to
parade,
mention that Facebook is no longer an option for hosting our
Right.
meetings, but we have another solution that's under consideration.
We're looking at, so we talked to Brandon, tried to get him to dummy it down as best he could. Basically, I think what we might try at first is we may have to, we may not have a recorded option at first, but it'll still be live. However, I think he's already working on that issue that, well, we're gonna go to, the intent is to go to YouTube.
Okay,
Yep, and then that way,
Why
that
not
way when
Rumble?
we record it, and then, what's that?
why not Rumble?
Yeah, and then, we'll go that option.
Okay.
I know Tony has checked into, I've seen they have quite a production room in the city of Ellsworth. It's pretty impressive. Maybe someday we can get to there, but we're trying to look at ways to simplify this so that, she's an expensive camera person, is kind of how we put it down to it. So is IT. So we gotta figure out, what do we do moving forward?
Okay.
Yep. Yes, the 2 letters to, I have new copies here.
Yep,
I sent you an email, Commissioner
did you
Marshall.
not get all those?
I copied another person's, individual's signature line that had the wrong, and I didn't go back and I
No,
broke
but I
my.
meant,
What?
you didn't get the edits I
No.
sent you on those?
So if you want to send them to me,
I
I'll,
got them here.
yeah, okay. Oh,
It's ABS special.
would it be simpler to legally change your middle initial?
No.
It's ABS.
Oh, that's it?
Do you want me to run downstairs?
Yeah, I don't like to overly follow the state legislature with your
Okay.
excellent.
It's just the opposite. Oh,
No.
gosh.
Recovering legislators don't hold them as great in awe as the rest of the public.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll run those by, then I'll have next meeting the signature, I'll run those by,
Yeah, I didn't put in the ones to
I think
the,
it's Byer, Stacy Byer.
to the judge.
Yeah, that one's already gone.
That was one I did a lot of
yeah.
work on.
Yeah, if you didn't see me, I carefully made that J into an S with the pen, but I just, yeah.
You were so
The
talented.
attorney said close
You're
enough.
so talented.
I was, well, on occasion.
Okay, that's fine by me.
I think that's it for me.
Do we want to just approve those ahead of time, or we're gonna have to sign those anyway, right?
Are they ready to sign or?
No.
I'll have them for next meeting. What I wanted to do was get them kind of set up so I could send them down. I think it's Stacy Byer and there's another individual.
Yeah, these are just.
We're not talking about the letter that needed to go to the justices.
No, that's all set.
That's set.
That's gone. These are the 2 to the Speaker of the House and to the
Yeah,
President of the Senate President
Okay.
for Mr. Pray's reappointment.
Okay,
Yeah,
yep,
so I wanted to send it down to Stacy Byer and Ben, I think his name is, and get their, like, does it look good?
Yeah, we have time enough to redo those next and send it on down within the
Yep.
timeframe, right? Okay,
Yep.
that's fine.
Yep, we're good.
I just want to make sure that the incredible May-June newsletter from Maine County Commissioners
Oh, yeah.
is recommended.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm sure that you all want signed copies.
That was good, but you know what, I tried to share that.
Did you?
Yes, but all I get is the Ellsworth American ad page to go to their thing. I pull it up and it takes it right back. You want to?
This is the newsletter.
Oh, the newsletter, oh, that's, well, it's 2 of them, you've got so much stuff coming my way.
All right, I believe we're ready to do the warrants in item O on our agenda.
Oh, yeah.
I move approval of the warrants as listed on the agenda.
I have a motion.
Second?
Have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous of those present. Do we require a acquisition of real property executive session?
Nothing's really changed.
Right.
We have
I'm hoping to in the next week to have more information. I'm gonna line it up for another group meeting on the 17th.
We could do an executive session after the meeting of the 10th.
I've got a question on it.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
the location of first option agreement public knowledge now, public information?
I would say no.
They asked
But
the sheriff when we were in Lincoln last night, he said yes, so.
Oh.
We can
Oh,
ask
really?
it to it.
Oh, well,
I
I
haven't
think
did say anything.
I think as it goes, somebody said this is the worst kept secret.
Yeah.
I think the town is very aware,
Yeah.
or people are aware of the town, not specific property. But that one, working on, working on the testing of the ground, I guess. He gave me the price last night. He wasn't sure if he needed to go through me or if it was just them or whatnot. And when he told me that it was 11 something, it was the same as doing a wetland. I said, move it.
I think that's what we authorized after that meeting.
Yeah, I think it was more in-house, whether he did need our approval or it was part of their contractual. Got some prices from our QAW that we should talk about next time. But I said, keep it moving. I mean, it's not as good as it was before, but that was, what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So
They
we
should have it finalized, the additional wetlands on option 2 should be finalized. So,
We
like I
have
said,
some
not much
homework
has
to do.
changed.
Oh, we can take these with us?
Those are yours.
We can take
You
one?
can take that one with you, yeah, just,
This is,
do we have anything further related to this, today's agenda?
I don't think so. Good job on the tax abatement. That was a lot of information. Yes, something as simple as that in hindsight. I thought there's some going that we should have numbered them. One, I've done that before and then had the applicant come in with a completely different package and it kind of threw it off, but that doesn't mean that, and as I was speaking to you, I've learned that you try to stay out of it according to Maine Revenue Service. According to Maine Revenue Service, I really shouldn't be doing anything other than pass along the info, but we all know that doesn't work effectively, so, in any event.
we spend more time trying to figure out where we are.
I knew that was with the amount of information,
Yeah.
because I don't know if you saw it.
Well, no, I'm taking mine home, because I've got to figure out what the hell we heard today.
Remember,
watch the meeting.
I'm gonna go back and translate this in Latin, it'll be easier to figure out what we're saying.
the issue before us is related to the appraised or assessed value from 2024 that resulted in a tax bill in 2025.
Right,
That's all we're talking about.
yeah, you need to go, be back and look at that information again, now with that in view, for those questions, salient questions, now we need to look back and look at the supporting evidence.
Yeah.
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 I'm not sure that what the plaintiff is asking for.
So I would ask that deliberation should be, they should be notified. I think we should be careful how much further we discuss it. I will also offer that I was
It's been a
looking,
long day.
I was looking at a lot of information and kind of, I think I found a couple of points that you might have of interest that
Yep.
I would divulge to you individually,
Okay.
if you
Appreciate
wish.
that.
So, beyond that,
Without further ado, I believe at 1:35, the longest meeting of 2025, we are adjourned.